coming to you live here from Pontianak, or Kuntien, the capital of the Indonesian province of West Kalimantan, founded first as a trading port on the island of Borneo, occupying an area of 118.21 square kilometers in the delta of the Kapuas River, at a point where it is joined by its major tributary, the Landak River. We're here today, of course, with ESL Open Cup Asia Division number 222. Perfect number. I'm, of course, your host, Yaku of the Zaku, and with me today we have El que fija los presupuestos y posi muchos cubos de pollo, Light _VIP. How we doing, Light?
Todos los cubos de pollo, papi. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week of ESL Open Cup Asia, as you were saying, and we already have our first series. I apologize for the delay, for the extended break here that we had before we did begin, but we will start the ball rolling, and we won't stop until we crown our champion. We have our first match of the night.
Indeed, we do. And spawning over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the match, spawning all the way in the bottom right, a player who has been waiting about as long as we have for an opponent. He is, of course, coming down from the land of Korea, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It's Hero.
If it bothers you, you just call it WBG. Like it's okay. It's
Is that copyrighted?
Maybe. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin.
Shin, somebody who expects a lot from himself, I think, today, and we're definitely having our eyes on him as well. Earlier on, while we were setting things up, obviously, we had a few changes to the rules when it comes to seeding, and Shin was aghast that he was the 10th seed today.
Yes, maybe 10th seed in EBT or in this week's standings, but still an amazing player in his own right. You know, Shin, he has been actually getting better and better results here, especially as of late in some of these bigger events, like your IM Katowice. But despite that, like, it is sometimes his inconsistency that can sometimes pull him back or drag him back a little bit, to kind of like, in a way, takes him away from players like, I don't know, your Sola or your Dark or something, but he has so much, he still has so much more potential as a player, I should say. And yeah, even in this series, Shin versus Hero, he definitely has it in him to cause a bit of an upset. I know Hero is a big favorite for the entire tournament, but Shin against Hero in the first round is crazy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Which is, again, partially why he was so shocked. That this is how, with the changes to how seeding works here, this is kind of his path. This is going to be his first match today, but like you said, there's a lot of potential going on here. Obviously, the major issue with Shin a lot of times is, you know, which Shin is here today who has shown up to the tournament. Is it that fantastic? Is it that massive-brained 1,000 IQ Shin who always seemed 10 steps ahead of his opponents of the caliber of Classic, of Solar and whatnot? Or is it a Shin who isn't that?
We're gonna say, which Shin do we get? The left or the right? You know, like, it matters.
The angel or the devil.
Exactly. And I'm here for it. We do see Shin already mining through these mineral patches, going for the triangular third base location on the left-hand side. So going for a bit of a safer expansion, safer at least against Glaive Adepts or against Adept aggression. But Hero is a very unpredictable player, and he's going for what looks to be actually a standard opener as we load into Amphion. He's still being aggressive, being active with these Adepts and with these Oracles. Oracles pick off a couple of links, but we did get a surround on those Adepts.
That we do. So a couple of them do get, a couple of Zerglings, I should say, do get picked off by these Oracles, but the Adepts go down, and overall, at this stage of the game, Zerglings are pretty negligible.
Oh yeah, they are. As we get across the map, we pick off another one of these Adepts just before the shield battery finishes up. So very nice pick off here. Shield battery not quite done in time, but Hero hasn't lost too much else. Thankfully, the third base is getting up and running. Shield battery is now done, and we're following this up with a bit of a gateway explosion. It's going to be 4 gates in total, so nothing too major here. Just trying to settle in towards a longer mid game.
Yeah, Blink +1. Pretty much the standard when it comes to, or the standard nowadays when it comes to gateway play in PvZ. So there was a little bit of a time a couple of weeks ago where a lot of players were experimenting with +1 charge and adept-based builds, but it seems like we're coming back to what is natural and to what our players know works. A much more reliable unit composition. Speaking of reliability, one Oracle already goes out.
Yeah, an Oracle does fall. We have 2 left. We got 2 drones in the main base, but that is still not good enough. Not for an Oracle. That is a big win here for Shin. And we'll see if we can maintain ourselves. We'll see if we can minimize our losses. There are still 2 Oracles that still have potential for damage, but only potential. Meanwhile, that is another big gateway explosion. We already had 4 gateways. Now we're going for 4 more.
We're not gonna get a 4th here, are we? No. At least not a 4th Nexus.
That is a very fast 8-gate setup on 3 bases. Gases have not been taken. This tells us that we're not taking up into a Templar Archives. There's no Robo, there's no Bay, there's no Colossus, there's no splash damage, there's no 4th base. What is there? Mass Blink Stalker.
Yeah, it's very important right now that Shin has been able to scout this, I believe, with an Overseer. But what is the response going to be? You know, the setup has already been set up, or the production has already been set up, and Hero's going to be knocking down Shin's door very, very shortly. Now, he does have a Robo, so Warp Prisms aren't going to be an option. If Hero wants to have quicker Warp Ins, he does have to, there we go, invest in another gateway. It's going to take a while for that gateway to finish up.
Yeah, for those that are curious,
he's already got a very scary army.
Yeah, this is just straight up a 3-base all-in. It's a 3-base all-in here at a Hero. It's all or nothing for our Protoss player. Already laying siege upon the natural base. Hydras are amassing. Roaches are on the way. The Roach one is under fire. Roach speed does barely finish up, but it's going to be going down. No more Roaches here for Shin.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Hydras. I'm not sure if Hydras are really what you want against +1 Blink Stalkers here. Vanilla Hydras at that. Group Spines did just finish up, so they can try to go toe-to-toe with them at the same range, but obviously they're just nowhere near as mobile. Yeah,
you can see how brutal this choke point is. Like, Lings, they flood in, and they just barely can get a surround on this army. The Blinks have been beautiful. We have Sage Rest behind this as well. The creep is going to be receding, and here we go, pushing forward. And what's dangerous, as we're bleeding out Lings, the Hydras are exposed, and Hydras are expensive units here for Shin. He cannot afford to lose them.
You absolutely cannot, and ordinarily you want to have Roaches as your buffer, but as you pointed out, Roachhorn did go down. Only now is it being rebuilt. Shin is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so far the arc is good, and we have retained these Hydras for the time being. We've mainly been bleeding out Lings. You're looking at the Unisoul side, you can see here 64 Lings and 4 Roaches have gone down. Not a single Hydra has been killed yet, which is ideal here for Shin. We'll see if he can keep it up, because Hero is not stopping, as he's even expanding here on the front lines. Oh my god!
May as well. He's gonna have Shield Battery Overcharge to fall back to.
Unironically, yeah, he will have the overcharge. Nexus almost done. We shave off more Lings. Again, the Hydras still maintain themselves. Really nice control here at his Shin, building up that Hydra count. And now I feel like we're hitting critical mass of Hydra. Like, this is an amount that we usually do not see. But Hero, I guess, has a 4th base, technically. True.
Yeah, technically he does. But you know what? So does Shin. And because of that 4th base that he had, that he got pretty early on. It's a hybrid base as well. That's partially why he is able to amass this amount of Roaches and Hydras. Shin hasn't been trading as well, army versus army, but Hero also hasn't really been able to dent the economy of Shin yet.
He really hasn't, and as you mentioned, because of this base, because of this map specifically, there's already a 4th base, and it's not really being threatened whatsoever here by Hero. He's gonna be pushing in, catches a couple of workers, but now we have the freedom to take up into a hive, to take up into Lunkers.
They are on the way. And that's absolutely how you want to shut down stalker aggression like this. Just park a couple of lurkers on the ramp. I think with range, they might actually be in range of that fourth base, that fourth nexus as well.
I wonder if you can actually, shoot over this cliff face. I wonder if that's possible with lurkers. We're about to find out. Jumper Lord's on the way as well. Let's go for the time being. Again, Shin just holding onto the ramp. I mean, Hero's doing well preserving his army and blinking back, but he cannot break Shin. He cannot kill him and cannot deny any of this mining here at these gold minerals.
Yeah, he's trading so well. If you look at the unit's lost tab, but trading well is not going to be enough at this point. Shin can afford to throw away units.
Yeah, and again, it's still so important here that if you look at the unit lost tab, we've killed 38 roaches. That's a lot of roaches, but barely any hydras have fallen. They've been preserved this entire time. They've been just gaining value, and we are now getting lurkers as we speak. 2 lurkers are on the way. Hero does spot them though.
Yeah, and he blinks straight ahead. Will get the revelation of massive flank of charge lots as well. Is going to be absolutely massive here. It's going to completely disrupt the firing, the volleys of Shin's army.
Yeah, we shut down the lurkers. We get on top of the hydras. That was a massive surround, and with that surround, again, a flank didn't even caught me off guard. It looks like Hero has done it. Again, this was an all-in. I mean, kind of an all-in. We had a 4th base, I guess, mining ahead of time. GG gets called, and Hero breaks through, takes game number 1.
Whew, GG. Once again, I think the hero that we all know and love here on the channel, a very brazen style coming out here, not just with that 8-gate all-in, but also stealing your opponent's base and taking it as your 4th while you're continuing your pseudo all-in. I mean, it was so hyper-aggressive.
Yeah.
It was just that he was also mining.
It's honestly so smart. like
yeah.
It's unironically such a big brain move to go for an 8-gate all-in the way that Hero did, and to expand with your army right next to your army where you're applying pressure, you're containing your opponent, so Shin couldn't do anything about the 4th base of Hero. Hero knocked down those rocks, and we saw it was so important that those rocks got knocked down. If the game had gone on any longer, if the lurkers had actually finished and amassed, it would have been Shin's game. Shin would have taken that then and there, but Hero, he was able to get that insane surround with those zealots. And fun fact, Shin was actually looking at the replay there. I'm sure he was actually checking to see the 4th base, and with that, that was just a wild turn of events for Hero. Just a really interesting way, a really creative way to go about that.
Oh, without a doubt. I'm bringing up Google Lens because I want to see what our players are. A little bit of banter going in the chat here.
There is. I'm sure Shin's like, what? You had a 4th base? What the hell's going on?
Yeah. Well. They're calling go, so I guess I'll have to wait. Just take a screenshot real quick. Figure out another point, but yeah, that was, as you pointed out, very smart play. I feel like Shin was probably doing the best he could when it came to defending for the longest time. That game breaker, like you pointed out, was Hero taking down those rocks. Shin, with that earlier 4th in the hybrid base, the point of that base is to allow you to expand much safer. So I'm sure Shin was feeling very secure there. Yeah. I'm sure he was feeling that he didn't have to keep eyes on that part of the map, but as we found out, as Hero demonstrated, you actually do.
Oh yeah, it was a wild game, and here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our red Protoss player representing Weibo Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero.
And over here in the top left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way over here in the top left, we of course have our blue Zerg player coming down from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing his team, Gaming Gladiators. We have Shin Ramen.
There we go. Also, go on.
I don't know, I was just going to make a dumb joke of how, get your ramen quick if you're living in Scandinavia, because they're getting rid of those.
Well, I mean, that's why we got the ramen emote in the chat now. Now we have ramen for everyone. There you go.
Exactly.
There you go. But I also had to say that I did get a rough translation of what was being said between the players. For those that are curious, Shin and Hero had a brief conversation before this game, and basically Shin was saying that he didn't know about the 4th, and that if he did, he would have gone for a faster lurker den. He's like, oh, like I could have gone for faster lurkers if I had known that you were expanding and you weren't committing as hard initially. So he was just lamenting a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm lamenting about that. I'm lamenting about the fact that we never got to see the lurkers shoot through the gap.
True. True.
But yeah, it's a game of incomplete information, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, just a really
Hindsight.
interesting adaptation out of Hero, right? Because what he did wasn't necessarily normal. Like we have seen a bit of an upswing of 3-base all-ins with 8 gateways, the way that Hero was doing it. But you had to like expand with your army like that and contain your opponent and keep that base hidden as well and take advantage of it. Like it's unique. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like you're thinking outside the box, and it worked.
He thought outside the box. He broke down a box of walls. That doesn't work. Never mind. He thought outside the box and was able to break a wall. That's the analogy. I'm sticking to that.
We get what you're saying. We get
Yeah.
broke down the walls that we believe are StarCraft. And I mean, again, Hero is an innovator, right? Like he did popularize many styles and many even current metas that we have nowadays as well. Hero is a bit of a pioneer in that sense, and yeah, I mean, it's great to see him still just, I mean, not even just in that game, but we've seen time and time again, he's just a very aggressive player, very adaptive player, and at times really hard to read as he just comes up with his own approach to things.
Yeah. Very decisive player. A very decisive player, a rather cunning player. I feel like I can count with one hand the amount of players who, if anything gets scouted, they just immediately and instinctually know how to switch things around. So Hero is one of them. I would probably count Mio Micah as another. Haas probably.
I think I might put Shin in that group as well a little bit. Like Shin's also
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, he can
Now
be.
you mentioned it.
He can be really wild, and he's known for having his own big brain as well, and kind of going for his own approach and own builds at times. So yeah, that's why it's really cool. I mean, another important thing to take note of is that Shin and Hero are really good friends. They were both on CJ for a long time, and even nowadays, like every now and then you see on like their Instagram and stuff like that, where they go out and then like they have like these outings with all their friends, you know, with Hero, with Shin, with Bunny as well. They all hang out from time to time.
Good old CJ boys.
Yeah.
I don't think I can. Yeah, there's something about that team. I don't think there's a single member of CJ who is still currently active who doesn't have that, cunning within them.
Exactly. As the Oracles that have into the main base, this time much more successful. 5 drones go down. Very nicely done here by Heroes. So a much stronger start. If you remember last game, he only got 2 drones and he lost an Oracle as well. So this time a little bit more successful as we're entering the same standard setup.
Yeah. Forge about to finish up. Twilight Council on the way. We'll keep our eyes on that production tab, because I'm sure we want to know as much as Shin wants to know. How many gateways is Hero throwing down this time?
Yeah. How many gateways, Papi? How many gateways? For now, we confirm the 3rd base. Oracles are still amassing outside the bases as well, looking to threaten a dive. Again, this time we still have 3 Oracles alive. There's that much more firepower as we dip towards the natural.
Once again, great target firing coming out from Hero. One-shotting these drones one after another.
Oh my god!
A lot of damage being dealt to these Oracles, but only one of them goes down so far. This time, well worth it though, compared to the previous game.
Yeah, that is 1 Oracle for 13 drone kills. Well worth it here for Hero. Very nicely done. With that, he does keep the economy in check. Shin has to rebuild and reset his workers in each of his bases. And back at home, we are transitioning into +1 and Blink Stalkers once again.
Yeah, once again, it's just a very versatile unit composition that you can go for. We saw Hero do a pseudo all-in with it in game number 1, but it doesn't have to be an all-in. It's just still very strong if you're going to be playing standard macro as well. So long as you eventually transition into the late game. I feel like that's an important caveat to throw down.
Yeah. I mean, we'll keep an eye on the gateways. As you mentioned, right, we're going to keep an eye on the gateways, make sure that Hero takes gases and techs up. For the time being, we only have a 6-gate setup here in between the bases, which is standard on 3 bases. Is going to be moving out with some of these Stalkers, but it looks like we should be looking to expand and move on from here. Up.
Oh, the Lings got surrounded, but the Stalkers actually didn't get surrounded either. They almost did.
I don't know if you saw that. The probe got shut down. There was a probe with the army, and now we have a backup probe on the way. Pylon's going to be thrown down, and do you see what I see? 2 more gateways. That's going to be an 8K 3-base all-in once again out of Hero.
A little bit of a staggered way we went about this here from the side of Hero, but all paths lead to the same destination in the end, I suppose. One Oracle goes down, so nice snipe there from Shin, but he is still working purely with Lings for the time being.
Yeah, so similar to last game, but once again we get a surround. The Pylon goes down. Well, the Pylon gets surrounded and will fall, so will the probe as well. So a nice setup here by Shin will delay reinforcements. Once again, Hero is adamant about throwing down that Pylon, about reinforcing, about committing.
It's all about that commitment.
It is. As once again, reinforcements are on the way, yet to take extra gases, yet to expand either. Hero is gaining ground. He's actually breaking through this defensive line of Lings, and there are not too many Hydras behind this.
That there are not. In fact, there are... Okay, there were only 2 for a second, but... Yeah, still 6 Hydras. That is nowhere near enough.
Yeah, we're still building up additional Hydras. Nice transfuse on the Queen, but Lings have fallen left and right, and Hero is still gaining ground. I was curious if he was going to expand behind this, and once again, he is. So very similar setup, actually, from that previous game, where he's expanding with the army right next to it, or as close as he can.
Yeah, may as well. Still going to continue mining from that, obviously. Still going to, in the worst case scenario, have a defensive line to fall back on shield batteries and battery overcharge. Stalker count is getting higher and higher and higher, and Hero once again with his blink control is just barely taking any damage or barely taking any losses with his army.
Yeah, exactly, as we are pushing forward, shaving off more of these things. At the same time, Zelramba hitting some of these fringe bases. This is the downside of this map. On Amphion, the 4th base was left untouched. Here on site Delta, the 4th is much more exposed.
Yeah, you can really see that eating into Shin's income right now. As said about this stage of the game previously, Shin, he had more Hydras, he was working on a Lurker Den, he had Roaches to work with, but this time, not so much. Hero able to split the army, the Zerg army in 2, and fight them 1 by 1. Have a much easier time pushing forward. Yeah, lost his oracles, but as you mentioned, that Zealot army was doing a great job of just distracting Shin. We caught so many Hydras in the process. Quickly looking at the units lost time, that was 21 Hydras going down. A mass amount of losses there for Shin. Behind this, we are still expanding, getting our base up and running, and we're going in for what looks to be potentially the kill here. We have so many Stalkers. Look at the units. We have 33 Stalkers to 12 Hydras. And these are +2 Stalkers versus 0 upgraded Hydras as well. Shin so far has been focusing on melee, but that was not the play. GG is called, and Hero, with the same build or with the same overall style, is going to be able to take that series 2-0.
GG, well played. Hero does take the win here, and with the same build 2 games in a row. What I will say, again, really interesting, just because we cast StarCraft quite a lot, Yaku. You know, here on the CranKy Ducklings on a daily basis, multiple times a day. This variation of 8 gate all-in from Hero is a new one. This is a very new variation of this build that clearly, I think the reason why Hero did it twice is he's practicing it in a tournament now. Like he's probably been cooking in custom games.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
and now he's bringing it here to a tournament setting, and it's an interesting one. So usually when you go for an 8-gate all-in, you don't actually get the Forge. You skip the Forge so you can afford more Stalkers. But with this variation, we're still getting the Forge early on. We're still getting +1, which is what makes it look a little bit more macro-oriented.
Eventually got +2, yeah.
Yeah, and it is more macro-oriented, right? Because you are getting +2, as you mentioned. Because we get a 4th base as well, we actually have a better economy. And it's wild. Like, Shin was doing a good job at denying the pylon. He denied the pylon like 3 times to like delay warp-ins. That's true, but Shin was also still cutting corners. It was in both games where Shin, at least especially here in game 2, where Shin decided to skip Roaches completely. It was going straight up Ling Hydra instead, which was a little bit greedier, and we saw Hero was able to punish that greed quite hard as well.
Yeah, had a much less difficult time breaking through those Zerg defenses this time compared to on Amphion. It's a weird build. It feels like it sits in It feels like it sits in kind of its own unholy corner of classification, where it's like it's kind of an all-in, but it's not really an all-in, and it's kind of macro, but it's not really macro.
It's committed. It's very committed.
It's committed
because even though you're getting a fourth base, like you're not taking in any other direction, right? Like there's no work toward. There's no robo, right? There's no robo. There's no potential for immortals or colossus or splash damage. Like I feel like if you do somehow make it to something like lurker tech, like there's no good answer for that. But we haven't seen at least Shin make it to that point yet against this build specifically. So yeah, it's an interesting one here, an interesting variation out of Hero, and I'm curious to see how it works in the upcoming matches. So Hero advances on into the quarterfinals, where potentially he's going to be facing off against another Zerg player in Dark, and if he does the same builds, I'm curious how Dark does approach it as well.
Yeah. I cannot wait for this to become meta.
Oh no.
For this to grace the ladder, and for this to grace premier tournaments as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would just imagine that you'd have to play a little bit more Lingbane, Lingroach Ravager heavy instead. But it's also maybe a little bit map dependent. And I also don't know how much we're gonna learn if Hero does play against Dark, because Dark's probably gonna go for his own all-ins as well. So I don't know if we're gonna get there. You know, I don't know if we're gonna get to Hero getting into his 3-base setup.
We're not really gonna. Yeah, it's like we're not really gonna be able to gleam or to learn too much about how this build really interacts with other builds, because or with other normal builds, because most likely Hero's gonna go up against a player who isn't exactly normal.
Exactly. Regardless, GG, well played. A shout out to Hon Mono in the chat. Oh my god, Papi, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. I believe Hon Mono was streaming his own tournament run, so hope you enjoyed yourself.
Well, welcome, waifus.
Welcome, Hon Waifu. Welcome. When is the next maid stream? Este Hon Mono.
Este. Yeah, regardless, GG, again, a little bit of a shame to see Shin's run end so quickly this week. It does feel like he has been leveling up a lot in the past couple of weeks, and I do feel like in this one series we were able to cast, we weren't quite able to really get into everything that Shin is capable of, but that's just ESL Asia, or ESL EPT Cups in general, you know?
Yeah.
It's brutal.
It really is. For Hero and Shin to face in the first round, for potentially Hero and Dark to face in the second round as well, we're not even in the semifinals. Like, it shows how cutthroat ESL Asia is and how brutal it is, but also why we love it as well. Like, as you mentioned, like, we didn't really get to see... it was more like Shin trying to respond and react to Hero's builds these past two games. But at the same time, you know, we also got to see what Hero's been cooking. And it's exciting. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah. It is indeed. I see a couple of people in chat talking about player name changes. Easy Phil bringing up Special. Let me see if I can try to remember from memory all of Special's names.
He's got a lot.
So obviously for a very long time before Special, it was Major.
Yep.
At one point he went by Princess.
Yep.
At one point he went by I Love Altaria.
Okay. I can think of
and
like
I know that there are more.
Yeah.
I know that he had 7 or 8 at one point. But those are the 4 I remember from memory.
He was Wingy. He was Wingy for a while.
Wingy.
He was Light without VIP. He was Light for a while.
Yeah.
I think he was
Light, yeah.
I think he was Barbie for a while as well. I think it was also Barbie.
Probably.
And yeah, he's got a lot. a lot of IDs.
The one ID he doesn't have is the name that everybody calls him. Juanito.
True.
Juanito.
But yeah, Shin, he name to be fair, he name changed from Ragnarok like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It's been a while now for Shin. It's been a while. It's been a couple of years.
Yeah, it's been a while, and he's only ever been known as Ragnarok and Shin. Oh no, at one point, like in kind of a transitional phase between Ragnarok and Shin, he literally just used his given name of Hebium.
Mhm.
But then after a while, he went, "My given name is dumb. I'm going to use my family name."
There you go. But I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves, and we do plan on following Hero into his next series. Actually, we can take a moment here to actually go over the bracket. We have yet to do that today.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get to do that yet. Okay, so updates that we have here on the bracket. Ryung did take out Rex 2-0 and is now currently up against Gumiho, which I feel like is a TV seeing a lot more of recently.
Mm-hmm.
Ryung and Gumiho, just because how seeding works, do face off fairly often in these weekly events, and it's always interesting to see. I would say the TVT master go up against a Terran player who doesn't really play like a Terran player.
True.
Yeah, always interesting games over there, and I hope somebody's covering that.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, going down, Nightmare did take out his opponent Dusty, and went up against Classic, who got a walkover against his opponent, Plasma AUV. A little bit of Australian representation coming out tonight. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with them, but it's really cool to see some Aussie representation in the bracket. So shout out to Dusty and Plasma as well. We do appreciate it. It looks like they had a fast series though. I mean, Classic and Nightmare as it has already ended, and Classic is already in the quarterfinals. One of our first players to already make it in there.
Yeah, gonna be facing off with either Ryung or Gumiho. Well, going down. Trap did take out Coffee 2-0. That is not exactly the score I was expecting, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, Trap is definitely the favorite out of the two of them, but Coffee has also been active for the past couple of years. Trap, I mean, it's been a little while since it came out from the military, but even still, I was not expecting a 2-0 here coming out from Trap.
Yeah, I was expecting like an ace match, regardless of how it went. So yeah, really impressive stuff. Like Trap, he's been impressing us a lot recently.
Yeah, and of course he's up against Raynor, who is still residing in Korea for the time being.
Yeah, at least until Home Story Cup. I don't know if it's from Home Story Cup he's going back to Italy or staying in Korea for a little bit longer. But yeah, we at least have Raynor in these ESL Asia Cups for one extra week. As you mentioned, now against Trap, I believe that's being covered by Wardy and some of the other language casters. Honestly, a really good ZVP, and I do wish him the best with that. Scrolling down, Bjorn and DRG are mid-series. I did see a lobby posted earlier for that, so wish them the best of luck. That could go either way. Bjorn is going to be favored, but DRG can definitely pose a threat.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I feel like 2021 especially, DRG kind of established himself as one of the best CBT players, at least in Korea. And nowadays, I think it's kind of evened out a little bit. You know, some of the other Zerg players have kind of caught up to his CBT win rate, but even still, it's been historically been a pretty good matchup for him.
It has been a good matchup for him, and towards the bottom of the bracket, we can see some of the matches that make sense as to the raid that came in earlier. Jeshi did take down Homono 2-1, but went to the ace match. Did go to the ace match, so a shout out to Homono for that.
Yeah. At least he was able to make a series out of it, get us all the way to game number 3, and now Jesha is facing up against Solar in that round of 16.
Yeah, they're going to be in that PVZ in the round of 16. Scrolling down, we have Cyan versus Oliveira, also in another TVP in that second round. Scrolling down, we have Hero versus Shin, which we just wrapped up with. And at the very bottom of the bracket, we have Firefly versus Dark. That is the series that we are waiting for, as they are currently mid-series. I think they're in game 2 at this point. But we're waiting for them to wrap up. We will either jump in mid-series, or we will jump into Hero versus either Firefly or Dark. Yeah.
Either way, we're going to be covering 2 out of those 3 players we just mentioned. Hero, Firefly, Dark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll be featuring some of those players, but because of that, we have a bit of downtime. We're waiting for series to open up and players to open up, so until then, you know, we're kind of just chilling here, just kind of waiting for that to occur. So yeah, just a bit of downtime here to follow this up with. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that when it comes to the bracket overall, I do appreciate that we have a lot of returning players. When it comes to the previous weeks, we've been missing a lot of Terran. I don't know what it's been, but like a lot of the like Bjorn and Kyor and Gumiho were a little bit less active. So I appreciate that, you know, we have some pretty strong contenders here, scattered all throughout the bracket, and yeah, looking pretty diverse this week. I appreciate it.
Yeah. We're not just gonna have nothing but PvPs or CVZs or PvZs.
There you go.
There we go. And we do have some confirmation of to some of the other broadcasts, or at least some of the other English broadcasts. Can confirm that Beowulf is currently covering DRG versus Bjorn.
Oh.
That's in the ace match right now, actually. So, yeah, pretty nice. And Wardy has, in fact, been following Raynor versus Trap.
Yeah, I believe he's in that portion of the bracket as well. So I guess for now we're going to be going on a short break just because we don't really have any matches available to us at the moment. Going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have some more StarCraft. I promise you.
Yeah. We'll see you then.
The sun is hitting your face, man.
Yeah. And we are back. We do have an update here. Dark did take out Firefly 2-1, and so now our series that we're going to be jumping into, it's a fresh one. It's Dark versus Hero, kicking it off on Ghost River.
Here we go. Yes, we're getting into game number 1. We apologize for the delay, but we have our series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Red Protoss player from land of South Korea representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero.
And over here in the top left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top left, we of course have our blue Zerg player coming down also from the land of Korea, but not from Weibo Gaming. He is going to be representing Talon Esports. We have Dark.
We go. We did see Hero flex a new variation of 3-base all-in, or kind of 3-base all-in, 8 gates blink, maybe a better way of putting it, from Hero in this previous series against Shin, but here against Dark, I'm sure we're going to be seeing something very different, as Dark instead is a much more assertive, much more aggressive player, especially early on 2 or even 3-base play.
Oh yeah. Alright, opting a little bit for the unnatural, but yeah, like you pointed out, I'm sure that unlike what we saw in Hero vs. Shin, which was Shin kind of reacting more to the aggression of Hero, I do feel like, especially on a map like Ghost River, we're going to see a completely flipped dynamic. We're going to be seeing Dark come in with early with roaches.
Yeah, I would imagine so. As we load into Ghost River, this is a very common map for 3-base all-ins. From the side of Protoss as well, like 8-gate variations that we saw previously. Like, this is a very, very common map for it. So I'm sure that he was tempted to go for a similar build again. We'll see if he will. I mean, again, like it from the previous series, it does feel like Hero's been cooking and he wants to try to bring it out into tournament play to like test it, you know, to kind of see its strengths, its weaknesses, to see where it does fall and fail. And yeah, I'm excited to see if he does the same here against Dark.
That, as am I.
Stress testing, that's it.
Stress test, beta test.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what other ways to phrase that, but there aren't that many.
It's all good. As we are settling into our takeoff choice, it's going to be a Stargate opener here from a Hero. So once again, should be Oracle. Everything looks normal. Everything looks the same. But I mean, everything should look normal for the time being. It's later on down the line whether or not Hero invests in traditional gateways or not that we're really keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye out for that, and Dark has to as well. He's got Overlords in position, but obviously this early on, there's no real reason for you to send them into your opponent's base yet. You're probably not going to be seeing too much.
Yeah, we do keep it a little bit further back for the time being. We do see Hero with the initial Adepts, soon to move out across the map, likewise the Oracle as well, to try to get some damage done. I mean, we saw in the previous game against Shin how Hero was able to just get an insane amount of economic damage, was able to kill so many drones. Dark, though, is known for his queen control, is known for his defense, and is going to be looking to keep up with those Adepts. And oh my god, it is not an Oracle. I mean, it is, but it isn't.
Yeah, it's one Oracle to go across the map and keep tabs on what Dark is doing, but the follow-up to this is going to be a Void Ray. Hero really wants to keep Dark guessing.
Yeah, and this is really... Go on.
Yeah, and I was just going to reiterate that. Keep Dark guessing and continue to have him having complete information.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because usually if you want to go for something like this, it's Void Ray first, not Void Ray second. So this is coming out of left field. There is still an Overlord outside the natural, thankfully, but Hero is looking to hunt it down, looking to come across that Void Ray, and the Void Ray, sorry, come across the Overlord, and the Overlord is going to go down to the Void Ray. Meanwhile, with these gateways, with the Twilight Council, this looks like Glaive Adepts. It could still be Blink, it could be Blink for just an earlier Blink Stalker timing, or Glaive's another viable option.
There we go. Glaives are on the way now.
Yeah, it is going to be Glaives as the option here for Hero, so going to be hyper-aggressive on 3 bases. Now, this is not an all-in from Hero, but it is a way to catch Dark off guard and to get a lead economically. If Dark skips his Roach Warren, if Dark delays Roach production and drones up too much, then Dark is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Indeed, he is. So far, Dark does not have a Roach Warren whatsoever. He has been joining very, very heavily. Lair is about to finish up. Lair in the third?
Yeah.
That was the natural-ish base.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
All right, Lair in the third.
Yeah, because we went for the Lair, it's going to be Ling Hydra. I am scared for Dark because Glaive Adepts, they do well against anything light, like Lings and like Hydras as well. Hydras are vulnerable to these Adepts, and here we go, the first wave are coming across the map.
And Dark has absolutely no idea, or had absolutely no idea about them until literally right now.
Yeah, the Queens, they rotate over as we do get into the middle lines. Drones are going to be going down against so many Adepts, and there are no Bailings to defend, no Roaches to defend either. We do have a mass amount of Lings trying to chase down these Adepts, but we can commit to the Shade.
And we do commit to the Shade in the end. Already 8 drones to go down. No Adept's going to fall just yet. And Dark, without Roaches, is having a very tough time keeping up with these Shades.
Yeah, I mean, these Lings, they do keep up, but Lings, they melt. They just melt instantly here against the Adepts. The Lings, they evaporate. GG gets called as we record with our pants down, and the Hero takes game number 1.
GG. Brilliant here from Hero. Throwing something out, as you said, a little bit out of left field. I mean, he was getting that Void Ray to keep Dark in the dark, and have him have absolutely no idea what he was coming up against, which, as we found out, was Glaive Adepts. And also, who goes for Glaive Adepts after going for an Oracle and a Void Ray like that?
Yeah, like the really cool thing about this build that we just saw is that so if we were to go Void Ray first, I feel like Dark would have thrown down a Roach Warren, because the Void Ray first ensures that you shut down the Overlord, yes, but it's also a sign that you don't know what's coming, and it lets you know to be safe, right? It tells you like, oh, okay, there's a possibility for something like Glaive, so I should probably just play things safe and get a safety Roach Warren. Because it was Oracle first and a Void Ray later, then you make the choice to skip the Roach Warren, you make the choice to be a little bit greedier, and you're more prone to something like this. So this was a risky move at a Hero, but it paid off.
Yeah. I was like, I already skipped the Roach Warren, so I might as well commit to skipping it.
Exactly, and in the end, Dark was caught with his pants down.
Indeed. Sometimes it's probably best not to commit. as we continue our series here on El Quione, we're over here in the top right-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top right. We, of course, have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Weibo Gaming. WBG. We have Hero.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, representing Talon Esports down in this series, looking to bounce back. It is Dark.
Both of them repping their 2017 portraits.
Yeah, repping those portraits. A shame we don't get too many of them nowadays, but I'm looking forward to potentially getting a new one at the end of the Esports World Cup, I would assume.
Potentially,
I would hope, yeah.
Yeah, at least one player, whoever is going to be the champion of that. I think usually that's how. I think nowadays that's how we define it, or that nowadays that's how it's selected.
Yeah. The last portrait we got was Oliveira, right, for winning IEM Katowice, and this most recent IEM was not a world championship technically, so it would make sense for it to be the Esports World Cup champion, I guess. I would hope. I'd hope that happens.
Yeah. It's Oliveira, and then before that it was Cyril, and before that it was Rainer. Yeah, Rainer. And then before that it was Dark, actually, for 2019 BlizzCon, because 2020 Katowice also was some World Cup.
True.
Or World Championship.
Yeah, I think someone did the math previously, because I was saying, like, I'm pretty sure Oliveira is the longest reigning world champion, and I believe he does beat Dark by like a couple of months. Like, Dark was also like an extended world champion as well, but I think Oliveira, he does beat him by like 3 months or something.
Yeah, I think Dark won in November 2019, and then the next World Championship was in February or March 2021. Yeah. And Oliveira won in February of last year. And the next World Championship is next month.
Yeah. Yeah, it's next month. It's crazy.
So, a year and 4 months versus Dark's a year and 2 months.
Yeah.
Or 3 months.
The math, it adds up.
The math. But then, of course, it gets a little weird because February doesn't have that many days.
True.
And 2020 was a leap year, so... But then again, 2024, also a leap year. The math.
Strikes again. And so now we're selling into another Stargate opener here from Hero, and again, just I guess briefly going over that previous game, it was just a lot of mind games coming in, and again, something that we're not used to, something that we rarely see is Oracle into Void Ray. So again, like, Hero just always, like, I don't know if I want to say you're thinking one step ahead, but like he's got this planned out, you know, like he's definitely like theorized like how to bamboozle best, and this time it's just straight up, once again, Oracle into Void Ray, same opener.
Yeah, and so far, Dark still not playing it safe, still playing pretty normal and not getting a Roach Horn.
Yeah, no Roach Horn yet. Usually we would see it against the Stargate opener at around the 5 or so minute mark. We'll see if we throw it down. Meanwhile, that is a fast Twilight Council here out of Hero. This looks like a very similar build to what we just saw.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the gateway count once again. 2 more in production for 3 total. 3 more in production for 4 total.
It's 4 gate claves. It looks like it's the same build, same guild.
Exact same thing as on Ghost River.
Same build 2 games in a row. Will it work 2 games in a row though, as we're rushing into a fast lair?
Very fast lair. Is Dark just gonna try to get Hydras even quicker?
I mean, this lair timing looks like a Nidus based all-in, like Link Queen Nidus. We're staying on a low gas count. We're a little bit supply blocked, but I believe that Dark wants to be aggressive with this. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Hero, he did scout. Hero did scout the lair timing, so he's aware that something is wrong, but he's still committed anyway. Glaives is on the way.
Yeah, he was already teching towards this direction. He already got the building, so might as well make use of him.
May as well. Lairs about to finish up. We are taking a second Gas Geyser, which is still in line of a Nidus Worm build. Queens are on the way, more Lings are on the way. Now, who do we favor if Dark does commit to an all-in against Glaive Adepts? I think I give the edge to Hero. Things are about to get weird. Things are about to get rowdy.
It's because it's not just Glaive to Depths, but it's also that Hero has that Void Ray that's been clearing up Overlords.
True.
Nidus Swarm is on the way, but there's no... If this was going to be an all-in, there's not any good position for Dark to really unborrow from.
Yeah, the Nidus Swarm is going to be a little bit awkward here as the Voider is getting in position. Here we go, the Adepts are moving out across the map, and Dark, he throws down a Roach Ward. Now we realize what's going on, but is it too late? I mean, that is still a lot of Lings. Oh.
Yeah, it is, and the Queens are body blocking quite a bit, providing a lot of support. A lot of drones going to go down.
Yeah, that's 7 drones going down already, and we commit to the Shade. Once again, really nice service area. More Lings going to get picked up with an mining time here at the natural base. Now we can head into the main. You can see how hard a time Dark is having dealing with these Adepts.
Just shading back and forth and utilizing these choke points, as you mentioned. There's just no way for Dark right now to get a full surround with only Lings. He really needs some kind of range unit, but he only has Queens to work with so far. 4 Adepts survive, but that's still enough to completely mess up the Spinner line.
It is. 14 drones go down. We have 3 Adepts left. The Oracle going ham, and behind this, we're getting ready for the next step. We have Cannon, Shield Batteries on the way, +1, Blink as well. Dark is amassing Roaches for an all-in, for a counter all-in, but Dark, he's down to 34 workers.
Yeah, it's not a lot of mining, and when you don't have a lot of mining, you don't have a lot of Roaches, and when you don't have a lot of Roaches, you don't have a lot of success.
That's the thing. Again, as you mentioned, like, because of the low economy, there's barely any Roaches available here to Dark. We're moving out across the map, and we'll see, can Dark actually pull this off? There's that Nidus Swarm on the way. It's all or nothing for Dark, but there it is. GG gets called. Didn't even try it, as the writing is on the wall, and Hero will take the 2-0.
GG. 2 games in a row, the same build, different responses, but still so effective, so cleanly executed here from Hero that he was able to take the 2-0 in the end. That was insane. GG. Very well done.
GG, well played. Basically, what just happened here is that Dark, well, it was the same build 2 games in a row, and I think that Dark, in his mind, he was assuming, you're trying to fake me out. like you're making it look like the same build. No.
Chicken, yeah,
a bit of a game of chicken there. Dark, I'm sure, assuming that maybe Hero was going to be macroing instead. So it's like, I'm going to catch you off guard. I'm going to go for my own all-in. I'm going to catch you because you're not going to do the same build 2 games in a row, right? The answer is yes. It was the same build 2 games in a row, and in the end, Hero did snowball out of control. GG, well played. Dark is eliminated, and Hero advances on to the semi-finals.
Whew. Fast evening so far for him, and he's going to be waiting a little while for an opponent.
Yeah, we still have a lot of matches currently ongoing. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. We have a lot of matches that are currently underway, and we may as well catch up.
That we may as well, yeah. We may as well. So apparently Gumiho and Ryung are still going at it, so... Classic doesn't quite have an opponent just yet, but Raynor versus Byun did begin very recently. Byun taking out DRG 2-1, and I believe Beowulf is going to be covering that. So, yeah, whoever wins that will go into the semifinals to face either Classic, Ryung, or Gumiho.
Yeah, so I mean, shout out to DRG for taking a map off of Byun and forcing the ace match. Really cool to see. Went all the way to game 3. But as you said, now Byun up against Raynor, that could go either way. That is a very spicy matchup, and we do wish them both the best of luck. Scrolling down, oh my, Jeshi, Bappy,
yeah,
he 2-0 Solar. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Taking out Solar 2-0. Yeah, he's going to be facing out Cyan Oliveira, which does mean that our semifinals here, it's confirmed. It's not going to be a PVZ, but also the fact that Jesha was able to just take out Sola, not just take out Sola, but also taking out 2-0 is probably the biggest upset in tonight's bracket.
100%. I mean, Jesha, he has been improving, and I would have said that, you know, maybe the series goes to the ace match, right? Maybe Solo 2-1s. Like, I could definitely see Jesha taking a map, but the 2-0 is wild. I would not have anticipated that. So very, very solid result here from Jeshi. Very well done. Again, that is definitely a sign of things to come. I feel like Jeshi, Firefly, as well as Cyan have all been improving so much. I mean, we glossed over it, but even Firefly took a map off of Dark earlier today, right? So it shows that these Chinese Protoss players, they're terrifying.
Yeah, it's a new triumvirate coming down. I would not be surprised either if we see Cyan if we do see Cyan take a game off of Oliveira, or potentially maybe even beat Oliveira. Who knows? These Chinese Protoss players, they're leveling up.
Yeah, you cannot underestimate them. If you do, then you get 2-0'd. So you have to respect them. And scrolling down, of course, we have Hero. Hero already the first player in the semifinals. As you mentioned, we'll most likely have to wait a little bit longer here. Yeah, as he's kind of raced his way to the semis with some really fast games.
Speed running tonight, apparently, is Hero.
So because of that, we have options. We will most likely try to get into Cyan, Oliveira, into Jeshi, into Hero, just to stay in this portion of the bracket. But we also don't want to take too long either. So if one of these other matches open up, we may just jump on them. Reina versus Björn, again, looks really, really good. Even Gumiho Ryung into Classic looks really fun as well.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes peeled in the in-game channel. I'm not going to lie, Light, I'm kind of rooting for Cyan here. Just so that we have a PvP into a PvP into potentially another PvP, Hero versus Classic.
Oh, you're an animal. You're like, I just want chaos. I just want all the PvPs, Pappies. Okay. I thought you were a Terran player, Yak. I thought you wanted to see some Terran. It's like, no. That's not why.
My heart can't take another another loss, another PvT loss.
You're like, I don't want to see the Terrans die. Okay, I just want to see the Protoss fight each other.
I can see them go down in the bracket. I just don't need to see how they go down. You know.
It's like it's like people eating macas. You're like, yeah, I don't want to know how the meat got to me. I just want to eat my macas. It's like, okay,
yeah.
let's go. Oh my god. Yeah. We'll see what we jump into. As we mentioned, we'll just wait for one of these series to open up, and then we'll jump on them. We'll try to spread out as well, but there's only so much we can spread out just because there are 3 English streams.
This stage of the tournament.
Yeah. We're kind of like running out of matches, so may as well just like jump on whatever.
Yeah, jump around. If you will. Good old kangaroo, best kangaroo impression.
Sure. Until then, though, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Again, like, we'll try to keep an eye on Cyan and Oliveira. We'll try to prioritize them just so we can eventually lead into a not miss Heroes match, just so we can have a bit of cohesiveness to the stream. Otherwise, we might just jump into Reina versus Björn. Do you know if they're in game 1 or 2 or 3? Like,
they are in game 1 right now.
Okay.
Tony Bayham will stream.
Okay. So still early on, so we may even catch that as well, possibly.
Yeah, we shall see.
Yeah, the downside with catching Reina and Björn is that when that series finishes, they're probably gonna be more downtime because they don't have an opponent immediately. So yeah, it may.
Yeah, because Gumiho and Ryung are still in game.
Oh yeah,
TVT, man.
As I say that, Jeshi. Okay.
Oh,
I was gonna say Jeshi's out of game, but like, of course he is. He's still waiting. Yeah.
No.
Never mind. So yeah, we're gonna be going on a short break, and we're gonna be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have some more StarCraft.
Indeed, we shall. We'll see you then. And we are back. We jump into a different part of the bracket right now, as we don't want to have too much downtime, but we do have an opening, a fresh match just opening up here. TVP between Ryung and Classic. Here we are going to be spawning in to Oceanborn, over here in the top left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top left. We, of course, have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing Twisted Minds. No fairies, no Medusas. We have Classic.
And spawning in the top bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. We go. We are settling into that TVP. As you mentioned, this is a fresh series. Ryung just wrapped up his very long TVT against Gumiho. We don't really know what happened there, but it was a very long series. We casted like 2 or 3 series.
We know it went to the ace match.
Yeah. It was a long TVT, but Ryung came out on top.
Indeed, he did. The TVT God, as we know him as, or the TVT Super Demon, as he is also known as. The Tuna Terran, and being another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, was able to prevail in the end against Gumiho, who plays Terran, but in his own pretty unique style, we should say.
His own unique form of Terran, really, and I mean, Ryung was able to bring him down in the end, but went all the way to the ace match. Honestly, that series could have gone either way. Ryung was able to once again flex his TVT prowess, but now he's up against a Protoss player that is a beast in his own right. Classic is one of the best Protoss players in all of Korea. He's second only to Hero, and is going to be coming in as the favorite player.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Ryung, he's got some pretty good TVP up his sleeve. He was able to take out Zest a couple of years back when Zest was kind of holding the torch of Protoss Hope in a way. But it's been a while since then, and obviously our other players have been improving a lot, and Classic himself has historically been one of the best PvT players in the world.
Exactly, so there's not going to be an easy one for Ryung. As a reminder, the winner of the series goes up against the winner of Bjorn and Raynor, if I'm not mistaken. That series is currently underway as well, so we're kind of going to be joining up eventually in those semifinals with those matches, and yeah, do look forward to it. Do look forward to seeing how that goes, as Ryung is going for a very fast third CC.
A third CC before Starport, and a third CC before... Well, I guess technically this is still 3CC before Starport, but 3CC before Starport, before Second Orbital Command, before an add-on on your factory. It's... Yeah. Pretty greedy.
This is one of the greediest openings you can go for here in this matchup. Considered a little bit more unsafe. Terran players do commonly stay on 2 bases a lot longer in TVP, so really risky maneuver here out of Raynor. We'll see if he can get away with it. Out of Ryung, we'll see if he can get away with it, as 2 Adepts are going to be threatening his natural base, and they will be denying mining time for the time being.
Yeah, but for how long? Set third CC is about to finish up, and when it does, you got a lot of SCV production on the way. I just realized it's also 3CC before second gas. Hellion dives in and will confirm the Stargate coming out from Classic.
Yeah, it does confirm the Stargate, does confirm the Oracle as well, so Ryung should be getting ready back at home. There we go, second Cyclones on the way. We're at Massive Marines as we speak, getting in position, and we'll see if Classic can get any damage done with this Oracle, as it is spotted by the SCV. Following this up, we have Phoenix production, so just a singular Oracle into Phoenixes, into a Robo. It feels like we're headed towards a Baying Colossus.
Oh yeah. Colossus Adept, or just Colossus Phoenix in general, has been making a little bit of a resurgence.
Yeah, it has been.
A very potent unit composition that you've got there. You have Phoenixes. Obviously, they can chip away at medevacs and whatnot, but also they can crowd control and lift up tanks. Colossus, though, as we all know, absolutely shreds through bio, specifically Marines.
Yeah, I mean, Classic is being really greedy because he actually only makes one Phoenix. Just the one Phoenix, and then he goes straight into Colossus production. We have the Bay on the way, we have the Safety Immortal as well, but again, just a very low Phoenix count. Otherwise, you would usually commit, and with this, you'd be able to harass, you'd be able to contain, able to shut down drop play, but Classic is opting to cut some corners.
Yeah, quite a few of them. I wouldn't blame Classic too much if he is feeling a little bit safer, not feeling as threatened by Ryung. He's actually researching Thermal Lance before producing his first Colossus, but Colossus not too far behind. But yeah, typically we don't see Thermal Lance this early.
Yeah, and on the flip side of things, Ryung went for a really fast 1-1. He just got insanely fast E-Ways here, I think before his third Rax was even done, so really fast upgrades, getting to our setup on 3 bases, third CC is going to be taken, and because of the low Phoenix count, we can't really punish this third base, we can't really harass, so Ryung will get his economy up and running quite nicely, but with the fast Colossus production, Classic, he's going to have his own timing, he is moving out.
And he is looking to punish his greed from Ryung. Throwing down a little bit of a proxy, a little bit of a forward pylon, reinforcing base here, as obviously Classic does want to prioritize Colossus production from that Robo. So anything he can really do to not interfere with that by, say, skipping out on a Warp Prism is going to be ideal for him.
Oh yeah. And we'll see if he can punish this third base as Classic is pushing on forward. The army is in position, but mainly a Marine-based army, so the Colossus can try to have its way with this. Cyclone gets shut down, Force Fields get thrown down as well. Very nice setup here. A good chunk of Marines do fall, but the main army does still stand strong, and we are mixing in a couple of Marauders.
Indeed, we are. The time has come. Cyclone will catch not just the Cyclone in the Stasis Trap, but also 3 Marauders. Their Marauder gets lifted up, and that was pretty much Ryung's saving grace here.
I mean, that was the backbone of his army. Without the Marauders, we can't really do much of anything. The third base is under fire. We couldn't even focus it down.
And it's gonna go down like so. Marauders come off of Stasis though, and he's trying to get a concave. Ryung is trying to get a bit of a concave, but it ain't working out for him. He just doesn't quite have the firepower. SCVs from the back not providing any buffer whatsoever.
Yeah, we just mow our way through the army. GG gets called, and Classic takes game number 1. Whew, a bit of a game of greed there between our players, but it was so unfortunate that those 3 Marauders, again, the backbone, the linchpin of Ryung's army got stasis, and as soon as that happened, that was game. You know, that was go time for Classic.
Indeed, it was Classic. He's been waiting a while for an opponent. He doesn't want to waste any time here.
Doesn't want to waste any time whatsoever. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know what it is about tonight's EPT Cup, but we haven't really had too many long games. Like, we've had some really short, decisive matches.
We specifically,
yeah,
on this channel, haven't had any long games. There have been a couple of long games, but we haven't been privy to them. You know, Ryung versus Gumiho, like we were just mentioning. I think that was about an hour and a half long, something like that.
Yeah.
We finished up 2 other series when that was still going on, but we didn't get eyes on that.
We did not. We did not get eyes on that, and yeah, even Reina versus Bjorn is going to be turning out to be a longer series as well. But we'll see. We'll see if we can really sink our teeth into a longer game, into a longer series, into a back and forth, even ace match. I would love to see that, but it's not on me. It's on our players.
Yeah, that's the hope. So that's a sign, players. Please. Anyway, we're going to continue our series now on Site Delta. Over here in the top left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top left, we have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing his team, Twisted Minds. We have Classic, the Chat Toss.
Okay, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Ryung. And as we jump into this, a big shout out to Jadolf in the chat. Thank you so much for resubscribing in the previous match for 31 months. That is a lot of months with the message, mech god Ryung. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe we needed to mech it up.
Yeah, this is a sign, Ryung.
Yeah. There you go.
Listen to the Dolph.
the Dolph knows.
Exactly. Yeah, much appreciated, Jadolf. Thanks for all that support throughout these months. Some of the troubleshooting as well and whatnot. That some of the tech advice that we've been able to glean from you as well. It's been invaluable. And so with that, quack.
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 Well, not quacking 31 times. That's not happening. Yeah, that's not happening.
Thought if I could like tie in something like, yeah, we appreciate our viewers. That could be a pressure light into quacking more, but
no.
Okay.
Yaku, I have a 75 month resub that I can redeem right now. Do you want to quack 75 times?
I mean, that feels like nepotism. But yeah, all right, we can quack 75 times.
We're not quacking 75 times. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm putting my foot down.
I like that you had to ask me as well. You're like, you're gonna quack that much?
You're like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
And just like, what have I done?
We can just spend the next 2 series.
I need to
quacking.
put a stop to this.
As we do see Ryung opening up double gas. So it's double gas opening out of our Terran player to a faster factory. We do have our Cyclone already arriving as the Adept makes it out. CC isn't quite done, but again, with the help of the Cyclone, we should be okay. We shouldn't really lose too much, as Classic is going for a very similar opener, very similar tech path early on here as game 1.
Yeah, not so greedy coming out from the side of Ryung, but not so different coming up from the side of Classic.
Oh, yeah, as Reaper gets shut down. Oh, I believe this time Ryung did not scout. No, never mind. We did scout the tech. Thankfully, we got eyes on the Stargate, on the Oracle being produced. It's going to be Oracle. Robo's already on the way for the Immortal production, and we'll see if we committed to any Phoenixes and how hard we commit as well. As remember, last game we only made the 1.
Indeed, we did. If the game went on longer, I'm sure we would have seen way more Phoenixes, but one result took apparently for Classic to go across the map and get some real good stasis wards and take the fight directly to Ryung. This time Ryung is opting for more of a mine drop in his opening, and going to be following that up with a couple more axes.
Yeah, as the Oracle does dip in towards the natural, Marines are in position. We do bleed out an SCV, but only the one worker, as Ryung does hold his own and is focusing on that mine drop. Now, there is going to be one at Phoenix to defend back at home, but only the one, so we can't lift up both Widow Mines. We do borrow in time, but we do react as well.
Indeed, we do. One Widow Mine going to go off and not get too much damage. Second Widow Mine will go down.
Widowmine does get shut down. Drop going to be sent out, but the Oracle's going to chase it down as well. So it looks like we won't really get much more value here with this drop, as, yeah, the matter of fact, there is no escape.
Yeah, there isn't! Can we unload? We do unload, but Immortal and Oracle makes short work of that one Widowmine. Classic, or Ryung, sorry, does get a follow-up scout, though, of Classic's base. He will confirm the Robo Bay, I believe. So it's something. I'm sure he was hoping to get a lot more damage done with this mine drop, but it's done its primary objective, which is to get scouting information, follow-up scouting information.
Yeah. So at least we got some scouting, as you mentioned. When it comes to Classic, this is the same build. This is the same build that we saw in Game 1. It's just Oracle into one Phoenix, into Safety Immortals, into Colossus production. We're even making the same second Immortal as well. So it's the same build 2 games in a row. I mean, hey, there's no reason to deviate really for Classic. Now, thankfully, Ryung hasn't been as greedy as he was in that first game. This time he's going for a much more tempered third base timing, and he didn't rush into double E base.
Yeah. Just going to be getting his upgrades one at a time, his infantry upgrades, I should say, as Combat Shield and Stim are both about to finish up very, very shortly.
is going to finish up.
I
see Jade up in the chat. I subbed for this song. Least you could do is quack 31 times. SMH. Este Jado.
SMH my hedge.
Hannibal. Let's see. We'll quack together next time. We'll quack together.
Yeah. As Ryung does get eyes on the main army of Classic, we'll confirm the positioning in the middle of the map. And now we're playing a game of bamboozle in a way where Ryung is going to try to avoid that, going to try to hit this third base. Classic going to try to keep up with that, going to try to prevent Ryung from hitting his third.
Oh, as
we lift up a double drop.
Yeah, the revelation runs out, but we have a pylon in position. We got a full scout of this, and we're not too far behind either. The drop is going to be shut down. Yeah, Marine's going to be falling. We force out a stim, and even with the help of this Feast, we can even chase down some of the medevacs.
Yeah, chase down the medevacs or take out Marauders. Classic, it does opt for the latter, and are probably more valuable in the long run.
Yeah, it does manage to get a Marauder, is investing or reinvesting. I think I saw another Phoenix on the way. Yeah, now we're up to 2 Phoenixes. Let's go.
Damn. He's insane.
Double the Phoenix count. That's 100% more Phoenix. Yeah.
Oh. That's like Phoenix squared.
Yeah. Kinda. Kinda.
Yeah.
As we are going to be moving out through the center, +1 air attack on the way. Now, if you know anything about Classic, if he's able to settle into 4 bases in a TVP, Classic is the kind of player that will throw down a Fleet Beacon. 100%. You know, give him any reason to, and the Fleet Beacon will be thrown down. So we'll keep an eye on Classic, as it looks like the game state is going to be a little bit longer here. It's gonna drag out a little bit more.
Whew. Oh, we asked for it.
True.
Yeah, you can see things slow down a little bit or calm down a little bit as we get into more of a make game. Classic already has that Templar Archives, which I believe, Ryung just catches the edge of. Regardless, he is getting a Ghost Academy of his own, so they're going to be looking to deal with that, or going to be looking to counter that.
Oh yeah, he also scanned and he saw the researching Cyber Core, so he should be getting a better idea of the potential of Skytoss, as we're already working on those upgrades. No 2nd starport yet, as we're focusing on bioproduction instead for the time being. Ryung just kind of building himself up, settling onto 3 bases. Likewise, Classic also establishing a 4th base as well. So yeah, kind of like we've made an agreement here. We're calming things down. We're going to get more of a game out of this.
Yeah, I cannot believe my eyes, but we're actually getting more than tier 1 tech here. We're actually getting more than 3 bases. We're getting upgrades.
Yeah. Yeah, we're working on +2. There it is! We spoke about it. Once the 4th base gets up and running, once we take our gases, the Fleet Beacon and the Stargate, we are rushing into Skytoss.
Here we go. And that's super, super important right now for Ryung to really catch or figure out early on and try to prevent Classic from getting to that stage for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Going up to Fleet Beacon on 4 bases is technically possible, but not necessarily super optimal. So if Ryung can prevent more bases from getting up and running, that's should be his top priority.
Yeah, denying the 5th base is going to be a big move for him. Now, Ryung, he just scanned. He saw all the production. He saw the Fleet Beacon, saw all the Stargates as well. He is aware that Skytoss is coming. He throws down a 2nd starport to respond, but there's also a window. There's a window of opportunity where Ryung can max out, Ryung can push before we hit Critical Mass of Carrier. There is a timing available for him. Will he go for it? I mean, soon is going to be the time, once we get into these upgrades and once we move out.
As Ryung is almost maxed out already, so it'd be best to push out sooner rather than later. Couple of Adepts dip in, try to disrupt some mining, but it does get cleared out.
And here we go. The army does move out. Now, the downside is that the observer saw everything, and Classic can respond. There we go. He's rotating over with his army. It looks like Ryung will be able to get on top of the base just that much faster, though.
Yeah, can he siege up? Can he siege up? Indeed, he can. Classic gonna give up this base. Decent EMP on one of these High Templar.
Yeah, we get the EMP off. The 5th base is going to be denied, so a good move out so far by Ryung. But remember, as time goes on, this carrier count, it's getting higher and higher. And the higher it gets, the more difficult it's going to be for Ryung to really engage. Does rotate around, scans the main army, and will pull back.
Yeah, and right now, it's a game of... It's high noon, essentially. Who can shoot first? Can Ryung throw out his EMPs first? Or will Classic be quicker to Storm, just like Storm? Not just Storm, but also Force Field to prevent the kiting, and also come in with all of these Colossus. That was brilliantly done here from Classic.
That was brilliant, and that was brutal. We shut down the entire army, the Force Fields, the Storms, the flanking Storms as well, and just like that, Ryung's army crumbles. You can see him just plummet in supply.
Wow.
He was maxed.
I'm in shock. He was max. I'm speechless here. That was like in a fighting game when you hit the most difficult combo, but also lead into a one-hit KO. That was such a small. It cannot be understated just how quickly you needed to react and just how quickly you needed to get these spells out one after the other. That was not something we see too often, and something that has absolutely given Classic the edge in this game. It was looking neck and neck for a while, but that one engagement, I think, has really tilted things to Classic's favor.
Yeah, exactly. Whether it was the Force Fields to look down the army, whether it was the Storms as well to finish it off, whether it was the flank on the right-hand side, and with that, Ryung, he bleeds out of base instantly, and Ryung is on the back foot. Now, he is rebuilding, he is remaxing as time goes on. He has a chance here. At the same time, Classic does not want to give him any time.
Yeah. A good old, I mean, a very familiar scenario to, I think, a lot of us is, if I have time, I can rebuild. But my opponent is taking my time away. I don't have time.
Yeah, exactly. Classic looking to take all of air for himself as the Marauders are still on forward. They're trying to go for the High Templar, but alas, they are unable to. The Viking count is looking quite terrifying is what I will say. We have how many? 16 Vikings in total. We can maybe pick off some of these carriers, but we cannot engage with the main army.
Yeah. Not while there are still high energy High Templar on the ground. Not while there are still so many Storms. Not while we still have Stalkers and Immortals in this army.
As here we go, the final stand, we dive on in. The Vikings, they shut down carrier after carrier, but massive Storms will be connecting. And what about the ground army? The Marauders, the Stalkers, they break on through. GG gets called, and Classic will take the series at 2-0.
GG. We were asking for a longer game, and technically we got one, but after a while it did feel like Classic just said, you know what, let's get this over and done with. Unlocked the inner what's it called, Super Saiyan mode, and just shut down, in the blink of an eye, shut down the army of Ryung and just kept on going. That was insane. I cannot emphasize enough just how quickly you have to move your fingers, so just how quickly you have to react to be able to get that combo, to be able to chain all of those spells in the perfect timing.
Oh yeah, it's not easy whatsoever, so GG, very well done here by Classic to advance on to the semifinals. And now we have at least 2 semifinalists. We have Hero, who's been patiently waiting on the lower semis. We have now Classic in the upper semis, the 2 best Protoss players in all of Korea. And who will face off against them? Reina versus Byun, still mid-series.
They're still mid-series?
They are. They're in game 2.
I thought we got a bit of a longer game here, and I thought that would mean that we have it sacked up one after the other, but yeah, I guess not. They are in Game 2.
Yeah, currently Reiner is leading the series 1-0, and if Bjorn wins this next game, we're gonna have an ace match. We may as well jump into the ace match. Otherwise, it could be Reiner versus Classic.
It could, but we also have another update here on the bracket. My wish has been granted. Cyan has taken out Oliveira 2-1 and is now up against Jesha. I do think they're currently in game. So unfortunately, we probably aren't going to be able to get into that, or at least not anytime soon. But the Chinese Protoss players, man, they are leveling up, and that also means that there's nothing but PvP on that side of the bracket left.
Oh yeah. Ask and you shall receive. It is Yaku's fault here, as you mentioned. Oliveira is eliminated. We have Jeshi, we have Cyan, and we have a hero down there in the lower half of the bracket. Protoss and nothing but Protoss. Thankfully, we at least have a non-Protoss confirmed for the semis, but it's only going to be one of two. It's either going to be Hero or Ryung. It's either going to be one Zerg player or one Terran in the semifinals. There is not enough room for both.
That there is not. Could be a TVP, could be a ZVP. And all of our hopes right now are going to have to be pinned on Reiner and Bjorn if we want to avoid that PvP finals.
Oh yeah, it's gonna have to.
I wouldn't be doing that though. I kind of want the PvP finals at this point, but
you're an animal, Pop. You're an animal. But yes, as you mentioned, it's gonna be on either Reiner or Bjorn to help us avoid the mirror match. Otherwise, it is gonna be all about the Protoss versus the Protoss. I mentioned before that again, Bjorn and Reiner are currently mid-series. They're currently in game number 2 over on BMO's channel, and we are gonna line. Never, we have a lobby. We're tied up 1-1.
Oh,
we have love 1-1. Let's go.
We have Love G. We're gonna jump in. Bjorn versus Reiner, one final map to determine who goes up against Classic.
We are settling in.
Yeah, getting everyone ready, getting everyone in here, getting our players in here as well. It's kind of important. Just a little bit. As it's just gonna be fixing up a little bit of admin stuff. Yeah, a little bit of confirmation here.
Just making sure we have everyone that we need in our lobby.
Yep, but to avoid stuff.
Yeah, just making sure that we don't allow anyone that shouldn't be in here. As we are going to be settling in, diving into our next lobby, and here we go. We are tied up 1-1, jumping in mid-series. Reiner took game 1, Bjorn took game number 2, and now it all comes down to the ace match.
And this is where Jesha just manifests in the middle of the, or Firefly manifests in the middle of the map.
You just won the PvP fight. You know what's gonna happen? It's gonna be Jim. It's gonna be Jaime. He's gonna come out of left field with the steel chair. He's gonna knock Bjorn off the chair. He's gonna take control of the keyboard. He's gonna switch race mid game somehow. He's gonna regame and he's gonna win it all.
Yeah. You thought I was defeated in the first match. But I survived. I lived, bitch. Anyway, we're gonna have one map here to determine who faces Classic in that semifinals. Over here, deciding it all on Oceanborn, where over here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left, we have our blue Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing his team Shopify Rebellion. We have Bjorn.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Basilisk. It is Rainer.
Now, Rainer obviously is somebody who my eyes are going to be kept on quite a bit, or in general have been. My eyes have been on Rainer when it comes to the ESL Open Cups at the very least in the past couple of weeks, because one, we know he's not going to be in Korea forever, so at this point we have to start cherishing him while we can. But also, yeah, it's been kind of unfortunate with how the seeding works. A lot of the times in these past couple of ESL Open Cups, Rainer has faced pretty tough opponents early on and hasn't really been able to make a deep run yet.
Yeah, like Rainer's been here in Korea for like 2 months, or maybe just over 2 months at this point, and he's been very active. He's been improving a lot, and it's been really cool to have Rainer here. But as you mentioned, I think a lot of people expected a lot from him. I mean, he's still an amazing player. He's still one of the best players in the world, but it also shows how difficult ESL Asia can be because, we see him go down to players like, your Classic, your Hero, your Dark, Solar, Nightmare, and despite Rainer being quite frequent in these events as of late, I believe he has yet to have taken a win here, a championship in the ESL Open Cup circuit. But it would be really cool to see him do it here, because I think this might be his last week in Korea, so this might be his last chance.
Potentially, yeah, as Home Star Cup is coming up, and we're not privy to the plans of Rainer, but yeah, it does seem like that's probably going to be the marker of when the checkpoint of when he does return to Italy.
Yeah, exactly, as we have a very interesting opener. Okay, so Rainer went 15-15. He went for a 15-15 opener. What does this mean? Faster queens. The queens are a little bit faster. This is ideal to defend against 2-Rax Reapers, so Rainer shouldn't lose too much against these Reapers, but he's contained to 2 bases. The third base is denied, and Björn threw down a very fast third Rax. Not for 3-Rax Reaper, but to rush into a very strong stim timing.
Indeed. That's a lot of Marines. This early on in the game, he's actually going double Tech Lab, which is interesting, but I'm guessing that's just for combat shields.
I would assume so. I would assume this is just going to be a really strong upgrade timing for Björn. Again, the third Rax timing really caught me off guard. It's just really early here for Björn, so I'm a little bit concerned if Rainer is a little bit too greedy here. The Marines move out to shut down the Overlord, but this Marine kind of still looking it's not too much of a tell. It's not too much of a tell yet here, and Rainer may opt to just still drone.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that production tab. Obviously, with that Overlord going down, Rainer's going to be supply blocked for a little while, so not quite going to be able to get much. Oh no, the second Overlord! And supply blocked again.
And what do we go for? Do we try to deny the third base, or do we go for another Overlord? Looks like we back off for the time being. Another Overlord will get on top of the pillar just in time. Björn moves back, but Björn, remember, he is building up back at home for an extra wave for stim and combat shields.
Björn arguably revealing his hand a little early, but is still able to get a lot of damage dealt. I mean, at this point, Rainer wanted to use this larva for more lings, and once he gets enough lings to drone as well, and actually he's prioritizing droning right now.
Yeah, like he's been droning this. Exactly, he's been droning this entire time. We have +1 carapace on the way, which is good against a regular 2-1-1. But this is a 3-Rax timing. This is much earlier. 14 lings now on the way. Ling speed will finish up just in time. But can we save the third base? This is a lot of DPS, a lot of firepower. Björn has to be very careful with how and when he does stim.
He does. He needs to utilize the choke points as best he can as well. Sims forward immediately to try to get some queens. Lings not quite getting us around. Queens running out of energy very rapidly.
And we've done it. We've broken through the queens. We've broken through all the lings. And Björn catching Rainer with his pants down, Poppy. Game 1 and Game 2 were long games from my understanding, but there's something about us casting these games because it's going to be a little bit shorter. I mean, lings are coming in just in time. Can we somehow survive? We're running out of Marines.
We're running out of Marines, and the Marines that we do have are very badly overstimmed. This is such a good choke point to utilize, though.
Yeah, very good choke point. We clean up every single Marine. That was almost disastrous. I mean, it was still brutal. We lost how much? Look at the units lost tab. That was 50 lings and 7 queens. 2 overlords. That was a kill on the Eva chamber. That was some good value here for that sim timing.
That's a Rainer. Björn killed more queens than I think you make in an average game.
It's true. It's true. 7 queens, Papi.
That was brutal. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So with that, Bjorn has done quite nicely, and now he's moving out with a secondary push. By the way, Rainer's been droning heavily to make up for his earlier losses. No. But okay, Bjorn is not pulling the trigger.
Okay,
Thankfully, Bjorn, he moves out. He's chilling. He's just chilling here at the choke point. He's not pushing out. Otherwise, I do think he could have broken through these things and got into another mineral line.
Yeah, I don't think Bjorn has realized that Rainer did go back into droning, so he's playing things safe, which is the smart thing to do, but I do agree with you. I do think that was an opportunity for Bjorn here. If he stemmed on forward, he would have been able to take out all those lings. The queens have not yet been remade just yet, so yeah, that was definitely an opening there, but Bjorn, without the confirmation, decides not to take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, we don't want to make, it's no understatement here that the queen count was completely reset, and we just now made 3 queens. Like, 1 for each base. We have no active creeping queens. The Tumors are doing what they can. 4th base now on the way. Rainer goes for a safety Roach Warren, so he's going to be playing Roach Ravager Ling in the mid game, which can be a very defensive style here for Rainer, but it means that Bjorn has a lot more opportunities to be active when the meta exits the field.
It's not a very supply-efficient unit composition from Rainer, but it is a very cost-efficient composition, and yeah, very cost-efficient for this early on, but you don't quite have the Baneling Nest just yet. It's just a really good way of preventing your Terran opponent from getting too deep into your side of the map. You're not going to be able to push with it anytime soon, but it's all about defense right now for Rainer.
Yeah, the biggest thing...
It's all about staying alive.
The biggest thing when it comes to Roach Ravager in this position is it's very larva efficient, because you don't have a 4th, and you lost all your queens, which means you're lacking injects as well. You've been missing injects for quite some time, so your larva is quite lacking, so you need to be careful with that. And again, these roaches will help with that. We don't have to invest too heavily into Ling Bane, making drones as we speak, but the double drop is more mobile, and Bjorn is going to be able to sneak past these roaches and try to get on top of the hatchery.
Sneaky. Not all of these Marines are out, by the way. Bjorn actually simming on forward to take out a couple of, I think, 1 Ravager, which not sure if that was entirely worth it, but hey, it's something.
Oh yeah. Does a pull back, does get the Ravager, got the hatchery low, which can come into play. Remember, we have a low queen count, so no transfuses are available, so we could try to push into this with our tank count. And there it is at the almost 9-minute mark, but the timings are a little bit off because of the opener. We're moving out with 3 tanks and a massive amount of bio.
And really, that's all the tanks you need at this stage of the game, while your Zerg opponent is still on Lair Tech, or while they are still trying to get their economy up and running, their 4 bases up and running, and they don't really have many units beyond Roaches and Ravagers.
Yeah, as the tanks are sieging up, the Ravagers are unable to bow them down. They're slowly pushing forward, and this base is under fire.
Yeah, it looks like it will be going down.
Yeah, the base does fall. No Banelings whatsoever. Barely any Ravagers. We get on top of the workers. 7 drones fall. We still have the double drop as well to help support. And Bjorn, he can keep pushing. There's nothing to stop him.
Nothing at all. At this point, he might not even need the tanks. There's enough Marines to stem on forward. Oh, not if you take so many vials.
Yeah, it does take a bot to the face, but I think he can afford it. Like, the tanks, they are able to get within range of the Roach Warren. Roach Warren goes out. We have the double drop coming in from behind, getting into the natural base as well, and we're getting so much damage.
They're getting a lot of damage. We have 1 Infestor over here, which I guess Fungals would be a way to lock down this army and pile them down.
I mean, hey, we land a Fungal, but GG gets called. It's not going to be enough, and Bjorn will take the series.
Two to 1. GG, these players, I mean, I guess they don't like us watching them.
GG, well played. Yeah, really fast games. Really fast games, but really...
Compared to the last 2 games in this series that we didn't cast.
Yeah. Exactly. As soon as we join, you know, Bjorn, he got the memo. You know, he's ready to go, ready to send it back. Yes, he does snowball out of control. Just a really aggressive style. But I should also emphasize as well that this was an unorthodox style out of Bjorn. Remember, it was 2-Rax Reaper with a really fast 3rd-Rax, but it wasn't 3-Rax Reaper. That's the thing. It was a slightly later 3rd-Rax after the CC. There was a slight variation to the build, and it was designed to hit that stim timing, and Bjorn did a really good job of just hiding the additional Marines to make it look like a regular opener and catch Raynor without any pants back. They weren't there.
No pants.
No pants. They weren't even just down. They just didn't exist. They weren't there.
It's a Daffy Duck situation, or no, Donald Duck situation.
I mean, neither one wears pants. You know, they. it's either one works. It's okay. But GG, well played. Congratulations to Bjorn as he does take the series, and we are getting ready for our first semifinals of the night. It's going to be a PvT between Classic and Bjorn, and the question becomes, can Bjorn stop the mirror match finals?
That's what we're about to find out. It's going to be tough. Classic, from what we've been able to glean in his series versus Ryung, he looks absolutely in form. He looks absolutely like that PvT monster that he historically has been. So, going to be pretty tough here. If there was ever any Terran player who I think would be able to break through the wall of Protoss that is Classic, I'm not sure why I described it that way, but yeah, to take out the Titan that is Classic, to really disrupt his play and really get in his face, it would be Bjorn.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see, man. We'll see if Classic gives him any opening to do that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll see if Classic does give him the breathing room that he would want. Again, Bjorn is a very active player in TVP. He's very aggressive. But again, I'm sure Classic is aware of that as well. So I want to give the edge to Classic coming into this, but I hope that Bjorn does well. I want to see Bjorn in the finals. I want to see the breakup of the PvPs, but you know, there's only so much that we can do. You know, PvPs are foretold in ESL Open Cup, so we'll see if we can pull that off. We'll see if we can break the chain.
You know, in some ways, you and I are very different people. Like, because I'm rooting for the PvP all the way. Let's go.
Nah, I love me some Korean PvP. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even Korean PvP. It's I love Hero versus Classic. All right, like Hero versus Classic is a very, very special kind of PvP. That's just, it's a thing of beauty.
It's something that you look at it and you look at the historical play styles of both players. You would think, okay, Classic's going to be the standard player, Hero's going to be the more unorthodox player, but especially in the past couple of months, and I want to say ever since 2023 even, or even 2022, when they both came out of the military at about the same time, if they go up against each other, it's a little bit, I don't want to say random, but it's a little bit more fluid how the dynamic between them works out. Classic definitely seems much more willing to come out in proxy or do something unstandard against Hero more so than any other Protoss player, and Hero obviously more than happy to obligate that.
100%. You know, when I think knife fight in a phone booth, I know a lot of people will correlate that with ZVZ. Nah, I think of Classic and Hero. I think I think these two guys, they step in, they take out the knives, they go to town, Papi, and it's a thing of beauty. We do enjoy it whenever we can, catching Classic and Hero face off against each other, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. You know, that's the potential finals. We'll see if Bjorn can shake that up and can deny that from happening as beaters are done.
Which, I mean, again, not to get too ahead of ourselves, as obviously Hero does need to go up against either Cyan or Jeshe to make it to those finals, but I mean, that's also going to be another potential finals, Bjorn versus Hero. It's also a rather unique dynamic. I think Pig actually had put out a video a while ago in 2023 before Katowice, where he was pretty much breaking down the rivalry between Bjorn and Hero and basically saying Hero is favored against literally everyone else except Bjorn. And that's been a very interesting dynamic since they both came out of the military. At different times, but
yeah, so we'll see if we can get that, right? We'll see if we can get there. You know, we're so close, or Bjorn's so close to those finals, but he has a mighty Protoss player standing in his way. Vetoes are done. Lobby is made. You can hear the beeps. We are loading into the first game of this semifinals.
I'm just thinking of a classic Cyan finals. I kind of want that.
Shaking my head. You're like all the way.
Anyway.
The Chinese triad of Protoss. Send it, Papi. Send it. Let's go. I mean, hey, they've been doing very well for themselves tonight. It's like Cyan and Jeshi have been doing so well for themselves. And Firefly as well. You know, he did well taking a map off of Dark. Yeah. So I wish them all the best of luck as well. They're definitely the underdogs in this ESL bracket. But they have potential.
Yeah. And there is. But before we get into our potential, we have our actual semifinals ahead of us. Right in front of us, shall we say, a best of 3 TVP, kicking it off here on Post Youth, where over here in the bottom left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom left, we of course have our red Protoss player coming down from the land of Korea. He of course is going to be representing his team, Twisted Minds. No fairy to be found here. We have the chat toss himself. It's classic.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion, the one only non-Protoss player in the tournament. Can he make a deeper run? Can he make it to the finals? It is a Bjorn. Very quickly, if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our first finalist.
Get your gamba, as they say. And it's actually kind of interesting. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Bjorn make it this far in ESL Open Cup, at least in ESL Asia.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we often see Classic, we see Hero, we see Solar, we see Dark as well. It's great to see Bjorn once again. As you mentioned, it feels like it's been a while since we've been able to embrace him further on in these tournaments. So, yeah, it's definitely a treat.
Yeah, gotta cherish it whilst we can. And speaking of treats and cherishings, Hyperbase. Post Youth is our first map in this series, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little shocked. Like, not only that it made it through the veto process, but it's also going to be the first map that we see here today. Or in this series. Yeah,
like, as you're alluding to, like, this is the first time we're seeing Post-Youth tonight as well, right? Like, we have yet to really embrace Post-Youth at all in all these games. But it isn't just that, but even seeing Amphion earlier today was interesting. It's, again, these Korean players, they often are not afraid of some of these maps, not as afraid as some of the other regions are, you know, where they have like these more prim and proper veto system. You know, here in the Korean scene, we're like, you know what, let's play on Post Youth, you know, let's play on Amphield, let's play on Crimson Core, you know, why not let's play on Dynasty.
Yeah, so use a random number generator, you know.
Yeah.
Figure out which map we veto.
Yeah, they do like to spice it up. Meanwhile, Bjorn going for the SV across the map, going for a proxy starport. Looks like a Hellion opener, and there's the add-on solve for those Hellions. Looks like Bjorn is planning on going for a bit of a drop into the main.
Yeah, this was a couple of months ago, I would say. It could be a Cyclone drop. But no, it's going to be a Hellion drop, which I'm grateful for.
Yeah, this mass Cyclone has been killed as a playstyle. It's not really a thing anymore, thankfully. But still plenty of ways to be aggressive and assertive here in the Terran versus Protoss matchup. Hellions are arriving. We have the Reaper on the ground as well. The starport so far has been unscouted. Looking at the vision here, Classic has no vision or no scouting whatsoever, so he is in the dark, and that is not a medevac.
No, it is not. The Liberator coming out from that starport, and this is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, there is an opening here for Bjorn to go through that wall. Classic going to have to be very, very on point with force fields or even just plugging his wall with a pylon.
Yeah, that's the thing as we shut down an SCV, but that's the thing that it's going to be difficult with these Hellions to break through because there's only one entrance into both bases, and it's quite narrow as well, so best of luck to that KDA charge as the Oracle gets across the map and SCVs are going down.
Unless Bjorn mules through the middle wall.
You're crazy, Pop, you're crazy. He's going in! The wall!
He's going under the wall, it's on the wall! Those are 6 Hellions as well, by the way, so Beyond gonna be diving on through. He took SCV damage earlier on, but now he is looking to reciprocate. While Classic is distracted with all these Hellions, that Liberator is also going ham in a mineral line. 20 probes! 20 probes and counting have just gone down.
21 probes go down with a massive risk, a massive dive into the main base. Beyond, he just threw caution to the wind, Papi, and we have more than paid for ourselves. That is over a mineral line worth of workers falling, and Beyond has a massive lead.
Mineral line plus 6.
Up! Oh my god.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, more than a mineral line, almost as much as a mineral line plus 2 gas geysers.
Yeah.
That is insane damage this early on.
It
Let's
is.
see Beyond skyrocket ahead when it comes to the income.
And on top of that, we have the Oracle being shut down. The Oracle just went down to the Cyclones as well, and that's going to be shading into the main, and there's so much pressure on Classic to get damage done here, but alas, we have far too much. We have 4 Cyclones to defend back at home. He's going back Cyclone. Making 6.
Bro thinks it's February.
He thinks it's 4 months ago, Papi. It's crazy. And I mean, to be fair, this is kind of going to work out. This is a great defensive unit. We should be stopping. No, never mind. We're making 8 Cyclones now. Let's go. Stim is on the way. It's not going to be mech, but regardless, Beyond has a very secure map control at the moment, and Classic is stuck at home.
Yeah, not a whole lot he can do. He's making Immortals, and he's teching into Colossus. Very expensive units, to be honest, after losing 20 probes early on, but realistically, what else can Classic do at this point?
Yeah, what
he
else?
Just has to scrimp and save and get those Immortals as Phoenix goes down.
Yeah, another Phoenix goes down. We got the Locals as well. The other Phoenix will barely survive. The Immortal looking a little bit exposed, but with 3 Cyclones left, it looks like we don't quite have enough to break through. The Immortal does so much with those Cyclones, and Classic will barely hold. As I say that, ooh, so be careful not to bleed out too much.
Yeah, Sentry goes down. Look at the units lost tab or the battle report. 1 Phoenix, 1 Sentry, 3 Adepts for the cost of 3 Marines and 3 Cyclones. Technically a better trait for Classic, but obviously not enough of a better trait that it makes up for the fact that he is this far behind economically.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's a better trade, but we can't really afford to trade too much right now as we're desperately expanding, taking a 3rd base. Classic is moving out with a bare bones army with 1 Immortal, 1 Colossus, 2 Sentries, and 2 Stalkers. We have force fields, sure, but yeah, this army, you have to be so careful with it. We cannot afford to lose any of these high-tech units.
We had force fields. Oh. And yeah, now we really don't. SCV is being pulled, and they will get a full surround on the Immortal. GG is called, and Beyond takes a very cheeky game number 1 here on Post Youth. He had something planned, and he went straight for it. It was high risk, but a very high reward here coming out from Beyond.
The highest of rewards. Like, killing 21 probes is far more than should have happened. That was an insane amount of damage done. Again, just Classic was pulled apart left and right by the Liberators, by the Hellions, and that did win Beyond the game. The game went on a little bit longer from there, but really Classic was just a dead man walking at that point, and with that, Beyond takes a lead.
Yeah. Game was done. He was just playing.
Let him play, Papi. Let him play. Oh my god. And yeah, with that, we're going to be settling into that 2nd game. We're going to be loading into Side Delta as game number 2. One of the more standard maps. One of the more standard. We went from high octane to something a little bit more standard, but I'm sure Beyond has another plan on this map as well.
Yeah. This time, potentially the medevac?
We could go for a proxy medevac, could go just for a straight up proxy instead. I'm curious, I'm excited.
Oh yeah. But speaking of curious excitement, speaking of curious excitement, we're gonna continue our series now onto Site Delta. Over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right. We, of course, have our red Protoss player coming down from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing his team, Twisted Minds. No Fairy. We have Classic.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Byun.
Show me where the SCV moves, Byun.
Yeah.
Show me where you going, what you've got.
Show us what you got. I mean, for now, it looks like a standard opener, but it's still quite soon. There's at least no proxy. There's no proxy out of the map. We're not spicing things up too much too quickly, but we'll get there. And likewise, will Classic have the opportunity to get into his own game? Because the reality is that he was kind of knocked down before he could really stand up in that last game.
Yeah. What is the term? I think it was a term in running or something like that. Your leg falls off before the shot.
Never heard of that term before, but sure, yeah, I believe you, yeah.
There you go. You're buried before you died or something like that.
Yeah. You know, you drowned before you could swim.
Arrested Development, something like that.
But yeah, I'm hoping that Classic can get into at least his mid-game here, into his tech of choice. For the time being, we're just calming things down. We can see here was a single gas opener from Byun. That means a faster command center, so this time a much more economic start. Oh, actually, it's going to be a Rax expand into 3cc.
Okay. Hey, first 3cc before Starport, and this is bit of a...
I said 3cc. Rax expand into 3 Rax is what I meant to say, not 3cc. My apologies.
I like how I didn't even bother to look at the production tab. I was like, yeah, 3cc, yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna double check that. I'm not gonna. Yeah.
You understood what I meant. It's okay. What we're referring to, it's 2021 all over again here, going for a very heavy bio-committed push, which can do quite well against a Stargate opener.
Yeah, depending on obviously how you position your Marines, what units are going to come out from the Stargate, which in this case is going to be an Oracle. I think the 5 Marines this early on is not a full picture of what Byun has gotten, but I think Classic, just based on how Byun has been playing tonight, might be able to piece a couple of things together.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that Classic is going to go Oracle into 1 Phoenix again. If you remember, he stayed on a very low Phoenix count against Ryung as well. And if he doesn't really invest too heavily into units, if he's a little bit too tech greedy, then this sim timing can just kill him. But I believe he should be going for a safety immortal, and that will help. That will help here in the defense.
Oh, yeah. Mortals, they really live up to the name early on, especially against units like Marauders. So long as you can utilize that Guardian Shell, so long as you have enough shield batteries to retreat back to. Meanwhile, we do get a reveal on top of this army, so Classic, yeah, he knows. He's well aware of what's coming his way.
We already have a safety shield battery. Should be making Immortals, as we mentioned before, just to prepare, just to have an army to defend, and there it is, Immortals on the way. And because of this should go into a longer game. Like, there's potential for this 3 Rax timing, or this dim timing to end the game, but it's not supposed to. It's not designed to. So we can, from here, macro on up and settle into the mid game.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Good, pushing out with his little Bioforce. And I'm liking the SimCity so far. It doesn't take that many force fields to body block. The boys have been pulled.
We started +1.
Wait, hold up. We started +1.
Yeah, I was so
we built a missile turret.
We did. We scout the boys being pulled, and we have force field potential. If we can force field the ramp, we can end the game. Like, that's all we need right now. We need to be on point. We can slice up the army, and there we go. We do slow the game down. GG gets called. That's all we needed, and Classic ties up the series. Ay. Let's go.
The correct move from Classic, the game-winning move, instantly won by blocking that ramp. But also, Byun, why pull the boys? He was begging to get force fielded like that by pulling the boys. I feel like if he continued mining with all those SCVs back at home, you know, that Bioforce wouldn't really get too much done. But the game wouldn't have been over.
So just winding it back a little bit here, as you mentioned, like a 3-racks follow-up is not an all-in, but Bjorn turned it into an all-in. It did throw me off guard. I think the +1 was a fake out. Like, if you remember, +1 was revealed to the Oracle, but the Oracle just went straight to the natural and just confirmed. The Oracle confirmed what was happening, and even if the Oracle didn't confirm, we already had the sentries. The sentries were already in position, because that's how you defend against 3-racks, is if you scout it, is with force field. So yeah, that was a wild move out of Bjorn. Didn't quite work out, and now we're going to the ace match already.
Bjorn is rolling the dice tonight,
He is.
or at least in this series against Classic. He is betting everything on black, and just seeing. And in game number 1, that paid massive dividends.
Yeah.
In game number 2, he lost all his money.
Did.
Lost everything. That was questionable, but regardless. We're going to be concluding our best of 3 semifinals here. Going to be figuring out who is going to be our first finalist of the evening, as we're tied up 1-1. Over here on Oceanborn, to end things off, over in the top left-hand corner map, spotting all the way in the top left, we of course have our red Protoss player coming down from the land of Korea. He of course is going to be representing his team Twisted Minds. With the chat toss himself, we have Classic.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into a tied-up series. Ooh, going for a bit of a hidden Rax over here, which is immediately scouted. It is Bjorn.
This is like, Bjorn is starting a new Vegas run and dumping all his stats into luck.
He is. And my apologies, I thought the probe saw the Rax, but no, we have not. Okay, we're about to double check just in case. And we should barely, we get eyes on the Rax. So Classic confirms that there is no proxy. This was a bit of a fake out by Bjorn. Doesn't quite pay off though, as Classic does confirm. Actually kind of paid off, as Classic sent out a second probe. It does deny some mining time for at least a moment.
Yeah. Not the biggest of deals here. It's not going to disrupt Classic's build by too much, but it does keep him on his toes for a little bit. Does keep him honest, and forces him to pay attention, which in a way might actually be better for him.
It's possible. I mean, regardless, it did deny it, or it did delay some mining time of Classic as he pulled the extra probe. Now we're going into our expansion. We can see Bjorn just going for a rack to expand himself. He cancels the second gas, and he's going for another 3 racks. Wait, does Bjorn have somewhere to be? Are we going to turn out a 4th racks? We are. It's going to be a 4 racks.
Yep.
It's an all-in. I mean, this is hyper-committed. Yep.
Everything that we've had so far has been a fake out. We have 0 gas right now. Classic is not aware of that at the moment. I don't think, was able to confirm the fact that Bjorn canceled. That gas.
He canceled both gas geysers. Like, look at the vision of Classic. He saw 2 gases, and we have 0.
Oh, okay then. We also have this CC though.
True.
So it's not fully I mean, it's still completely committed. I mean, Bjorn is going all in. He has to go all in.
I think he's gonna.
But also, he's not as committed as he should be.
I think he's gonna pull the boys with this. I'll be honest. But the crazy thing about this is that Classic going for a proxy. If he was a 2-gate opener. Okay, we gotta calm down. 2-gate opener out of Classic, going for a 3rd gateway across the map. Classic is being hyper aggressive. I think this favors Classic. He's gonna be in the face of Bjorn already with a handful of gateway units, and when Bjorn commits, and there's a 5th racks on the way. We already have 4.
These are going to be vanilla Marines making their way across the map eventually, but he's going to have a lot of them?
He will.
I want this to succeed so badly. You have no idea,
like this potential in this. The problem is that Classic is in his face. Like, here we go, we're warping in across the map. We have a third gateway finishing up as well. Like, Classic is gonna be here to slow him down immediately, and it's gonna take so long for this to get across the map.
That's a 6 tracks!
It's a 2v 6 tracks all in. Let's go.
You have no idea how much I want to see this work, chat.
Oh my God.
I want to see this succeed, but as I was saying, is Classic has kind of tilted everything against Bjorn's favor for this to work.
Like, look how it's softened up this army is already, and we haven't killed a single Stalker yet. I mean, they're getting low, don't get me wrong. It does get on top of one of these Stalkers, but we bleed out too much, and we're gonna lose every single Marine.
We're not even gonna see the push! GG gets called and... Classic takes it.
Press the button. GG, well played. Basically, Bjorn was hard countered because of the build, which is why we were freaking out about the proxy gateway, because Classic was in his face. If Classic was more passive, if Classic went for a Stargate opener into an Oracle, if Classic went for just a more standard game, then Bjorn would have the freedom to get into his all-in, but that's not what happened. As you said, you know, we gambled, Papi. We gambled it all.
Yeah. Bjorn just kept taking big risks and kept succeeding until he didn't. And yeah, with that, that's going to be the end of the non-Protoss, as we do have our PvP finals confirmed.
Is this what you wanted?
Going to be Classic versus either Cyan or Hero.
Is this what you wanted,
I'm not sure if this was what I wanted, but I'm glad we got to at least witness Bjorn versus Classic, because that was a series and a half. That was a series that we don't see. I mean, okay, Bjorn versus Classic, that is something that we see fairly often, semi-often, semi-regularly.
Sure, yeah.
I should say, that level of gambling by Bjorn is not something we see every day, and I'm glad we were able to witness it at least once here. It didn't work out for him in the end, but... It was a fun series.
It was a fun series. It was a great series. As you mentioned, it was Bjorn rolling the dice every game. Even the game that he won, he rolled the dice on. So just hyper aggression out of Bjorn. Yeah. And in the end, GG, well played. Classic does take it. Classic advances on to the grand finals, and Classic is waiting for his Protoss opponent, waiting for either Hero or Cyan.
Indeed, we have that confirmed. Locked down. PvP finals. Cyan took out Jesha 2-1, which again, very close series between the two. I would probably rank them about the same level, very neck and neck. So yeah, I'm glad that we were able to get a full ace match out of that. And now it's Cyan going up against Hero. I don't believe we have, we don't really have any updates yet, but they are both in game. So potentially, still in game 1.
Yeah, potentially.
Is the estimate.
Yeah, potentially still in game 1 there. So as you mentioned, Hero versus Cyan, our mid-series, quickly catching up. Looks like Cyan took down Jesha 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, went to game 3. Cyan took it in the end. And honestly, against Hero, Hero has the edge, but we have seen Hero fall to players like Cyan, Jesha, and Firefly in the past. Doesn't happen all the time, but it has happened before. So Cyan definitely has a chance coming into this, and we could see an upset. Could happen.
Yeah, the potential is there. The potential is absolutely there regardless. It's still going to be a PvP finals.
Right. It is going to be that PvP finals. We are in the midst of getting ready for that, and oh my god. Yeah, there's just so I'll be honest, Yaku, I don't think we're getting a long game anymore. It's not happening. This entire cast.
We're not getting any long games anymore. We kinda got one macro game in Classic versus Ryung, but now we have nothing but PvPs. You know what? Bjorn, he watched Ryung versus Classic, and he thought, okay, you know what? Ryung, he took up way too much time. I'm gonna rectify this. And that's why that series happened the way it did.
There you go. So yeah, it's just been a hyper aggressive day of StarCraft here, or night of StarCraft in the ESL Open Cup Asia, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Which, to be fair, is you know, probably for the best. Like hyper aggressive PvPs is always a lot of good fun.
Oh yeah, that knife fight coming down. You know,
Mm.
knife fight, high noon. Slap fight. You know, when you go like this.
Excuse me.
You know, it's like.
Uh huh.
You know,
I don't know if that's how I would quite put PvP, but sure, sure. I hear you. I hear you. Oh. And
what's it called? That
mhm.
that you know, that playground schoolyard game where you slap each other.
Excuse me. Know what you did in your schoolyard. But with that, I think we're just gonna be going
You
on a
take
short.
turns slapping each other,
We're, we're gonna
and then
be
the first kid to cry is the loser.
okay. I think we're gonna be going on a short break here. I don't believe anyone is casting Hero versus Cyan currently, unfortunately, but we will at least be there for Game 2, Game 3, or maybe even just straight into the Grand Finals, as we're still a little bit uncertain as to where the series is. So until then, we're going to be going on that short break, so take this moment to get some water, get some snacks, stretch, you know, get ready for the non-stop PvPs that we have ahead of us.
Oh yeah. Take advice from the new emotes. Drink water, eat ramen.
True. True. See you soon.
See you soon. Alright, I got a few. And we are back for our grand finals. Now, we were hoping we wouldn't have a mirror in our grand finals, our best of fives, but no one can stop the PvP. But I gotta say, of all the PvPs that we could have had for grand finals tonight from this bracket, Classic versus Hero, it's going to be a more interesting one.
It's a classic.
More unique one.
It's beautiful. It's a classic, baby. Here we go. Speaking of spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. Classic.
And spawning over here in the bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom right, we of course have our blue Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea as well. He is going to be representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. That's a lot of syllables in W.
It is.
We have Hero.
And very quickly, as we settle into the specified finals, if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe is going to be this week's champion. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Will it be Hero or Classic? Up to you to decide.
Yeah. You can decide who, or you can predict who is going to win tonight, so long as you're Protoss.
True. Well, there can only be one as we do open up double gate. Gonna be 2-gate opener here out of Hero, 2-gate opener out of Classic. So far, mirrored build from our players. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild to start things off, but it's the best of 5, and we are also casting, which means it has to be a fast one. We're not allowed to get up to 3 bases. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you know, as a wise man once said, why would you ever get a second base? Why would you ever expand in PvP?
True. Who said that?
Somebody. I want to say it was semi-regular way back in the day, back in MSO. I want to say it might have been SCO. We had an NA PvP finals at one time.
There you go. It was 15 minutes.
I think it was NA versus EU.
Yeah, PvPs they have, or especially between Hero and Classic, have a reputation of being very short and very aggressive, but to kick things off, everything's looking normal. You know, 2-gate openers, we lock in the probe to hunt it down. Double Stalk opener out of Hero and Classic. This is what I love about these two. It is very meta and very common to open up Stalker Sentry, but we avoid the Sentries entirely, at least to begin with.
Oh yeah. We'll eventually get there, at least Hero eventually is getting there. Yeah. As we all know, Sentries, they are straight up the best unit in the game right now.
True. In the unit tier list, Sentries have showed up. This is very true. Meanwhile, Classic avoids it. He goes for a 3rd and 4th Stalker. This means that Classic will have a Stalker advantage. Will have quite a lot of firepower available. You can see Classic even lying in wait on top of the ramp, waiting for any kind of stray units. Hero staying back at home, but again, Hero has ended up skipping. He has actually skipped his additional units. Okay, there we go. Stalker is now on the way. He has to defend with Stalker Sentry.
Yeah, Classic skipping out on Sentries does mean that he's going to have more firepower. It does mean that he's going to have more aggression potential. It does also mean that he's going to lose.
His Sentry, they're just too late, baby. They're just too late as we are pushing up the ramp. Oh, we do have the hallucination initially. We do soak a shot, getting on top of the Stalkers, and it looks like can we shot one of them down? Oh. Yeah,
we're going to try. Sentries, they do bonus damage to shields now as Hero demonstrates. One Sentry going to go down from both sides, 2 going to go down from Hero, but at the end of the day, both players losing 2 Stalkers each. And I feel like that's better for Hero.
Yeah, a 1-to-1 trade, and Hero, he gets away with cutting corners. He gets away with a faster Nexus. Nexus is done. Nexus still finishing up just barely for Classic. So I would give the slight edge to Hero, but only slight, as we are going to be getting into a longer game for now, settling into our 2-base setup here for Hero and Classic.
Yeah, a little bit of cheeky scout coming down from Classic. I cannot believe that it looks like we're actually going to get a more of a macro game to kick things off with in our PvP, but yeah, I'm glad that we are.
Yeah, I'm glad that we are as well. You do see Classic diving on the Stalkers immediately. He does catch one, going for the second. No shield, but on the low ground.
Yeah, Hero He was not expecting Classic to be sticking around here for this long. Will be losing a lot of his units. And see, this is the difference between pushing with sentries and pushing without them.
Exactly, as we did move out with those sentries, pushing all the way back. Only one Stalker remains. We're going to be able to warp in, but at the same time, looks like Classic is snowballing out of control. Again, he just has too much momentum on his side. There's one Stalker left for Hero, soon to be 0 Stalkers. Only boys, only probes being pulled, and so many workers are going to be going down.
I am a fool, Light. I thought we were going to get a longer macro game.
No.
Just based on how... Yeah, just based on the saturation of probes and whatnot, but it doesn't look that way anymore.
You saw that all it takes is being up one Stalker. Like, being up 1 or 2 Stalkers and things are very quickly escalate out of control. On top of that, though, to be fair, no shield battery, right? No shield battery, no overcharge. Hero was cutting corners. Classic taking a third base behind this, but we don't need a third because we're just killing Hero at his natural.
That we are. Hero. He got away with cutting a lot of corners until he didn't. We have an Immortal out now, and it's going to be able to chase Classic back, but the damage has already been dealt. 16 probes go down from Hero, and that is pretty game-ending at this stage of the game. In a PvP, while Classic is getting a third base.
Yeah, Classic, he's got almost 50 workers back at home. We snipe the pilot, we snipe another probe, up to 17 worker kills. Ay, ay, ay. These sword apps move out across the map, and they have a lot of work to do. They've got a lot of probe damage to get done. There is a chance, there's potential for Hero to bounce back, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and Classic's not going to make it easy for him either. Classic does have that robo facility, but rather than starting Immortal production, it's actually teching into Charge.
Yeah, we have Charge on the way, Safety Observer as well, just in case Hero were to go into DTs, which makes sense, right? Like, Hero's behind, so DTs are definitely a possibility here from Hero. He does get up to 2 Immortals, going for a Prism, and this is an all-in. Like, Hero knows he's behind. Yeah, we pull the boys! Let's go!
I didn't know Protoss was allowed to pull the boys, but Hero, he always proves us otherwise. As we blink on 4 right on top of the Immortals, Classic will take him out. Very smart of him to activate the Guardian Shell and then blink away and wait for it to go down and then just blink right on top of them. GG is called. Classic, with some heavy aggression, going to be taking game number 1. I cannot believe I allowed myself, I fooled myself. Just because bases were getting saturated, that we were going to have a macro game.
GG, well played. I mean, you can't believe in Hero can't either, right? Hero, he was kind of lured into also believing it was going to be a more standard opener, that things were going to be a little bit more chill and calm down. He thought he deflected the initial aggression, and he did, but more aggression followed, and Hero was not aware. Hero was caught with his pants down, and with that, Classic takes a very fast lead. And this also goes into what you were saying before we went on a break. If you remember, you were talking about how Classic has changed over time, especially post-military, especially against Hero, where in this PvP, in this matchup, like, even Classic is more willing to be hyper-aggressive against Hero.
Yeah, Classic, we normally know him for being a little bit of a... I mean, he's a versatile player. He does a little bit of everything, but mostly we know him for being very macro-oriented, right? He likes to go up to 4 bases. He likes to hit potent timings, but something about Hero specifically really sets off some kind of alarm bells or some kind of killer instinct in Classic, where he's like, I need to take you down as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, as we saw in Game 1, and we'll see if that continues in this series, as spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic.
And spawning here over in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. We have our blue Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea as well. He'll be repping this team, Weibo Gaming, WBG. We'll sell for WBG. We have Hero.
It is 3 letters, but as you're saying, like, because of the additional syllable, it sounds weird, right? It feels weird to say WBG.
W.
Yeah. So like UBG or something, right? Like, yeah. Doesn't flow off the tongue as much. I feel it.
Which I'm not sure if that's a word in Mandarin.
But
Weebo.
we're loading into Side Delta. Side Delta is a very unique map. It is known for its economic openers. We can see a gate expand setup, likewise a gate expand setup from Hero. Now Classic does open up double gas. Hero has only opened up with one. This tells me that Classic has the opportunity to go into a faster tech structure first before the expansion. This should be Stargate before Nexus from Classic. Hero, it looks like he wants to go for a faster Nexus, but the pylon block will deny him. So I want to give a slight edge to Classic, and there's a chance as well that this leads into Phoenix Wars, into Phoenix versus Phoenix.
Oh, that'd be neat. So far, we do see a little bit of a dance back and forth when it comes to the delaying bases game.
Yeah, we spoke about it because Classic went double gas. He's able to go for the Stargate first before expansion. Hero didn't go for the double gas, so he wants to expand, and he is denied, at least for the time being. Oh, there we go. Nexus is thrown down. Classic will have the slight economic lead. Classic will have the tech.
Yeah. We'll see who comes out ahead in the long run. Short term, obviously, this is going to give Classic a lot of options when it comes to harass, when it comes to going across the map and disrupting the economy of Hero, which is partially also why it's super important right now for Hero to be able to I was gonna say get into his game and saturate his bases, but he just cancels that natural. This is looking to fight fire with fire tonight.
This is crazy considering the opener, the fact that Hero did open up single gas, so he sold the story quite well. I'll be honest, he sold the story quite well that he wanted to be economic and wanted to be Mac oriented. Classic, does he commit to the shade? Even if he does, he scouts, he sees there's no Nexus, he confirms.
Oh my lord. And what's the follow-up going to be here from Classic? I don't believe he was able to scout that proxy, was he?
No.
He wasn't yet.
Yeah, he hasn't seen the proxy, but he's read the all in. The pylon is under fire. The Oracle as well. Void Ray's on the way, but the pylon could go down. Up.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be the power shield battery to finish up, and it's going to keep this pylon alive long enough to get the Void Ray out.
Yeah, the pylon will survive. Shield battery stands strong. We have the overcharge available as well. The Oracle got very low, but that was a clutch hold at a Classic. Void Ray will pop out in time, just in time to protect that pylon as well. And Hero is all in. We have how many gateways? We have 2 gateways at the wall, 1 at home, 1 across the map. 4 gate, 1 base all in at a Hero.
And Classic confirms the location of the proxy as well. He knows exactly what's coming his way, so all he needs to do is hold, defend, get shield batteries up and running, micro his Void Rays properly.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done. Like, if he ever overextends with this Void Ray, that's game. Like, he has to preserve these Void Rays as best he can. Prismatic Alignment is activated. 1 Stalker gets sniped, but the second Void Ray does pop out.
Like so. Like you were saying, it's very important not to overextend with these Void Rays. You don't want to activate Prismatic Alignment only to be outside of shield battery range on top of enough Stalkers to one-shot these Void Rays. Yeah,
and at the same time, two of them say shade into the main. The wall was not a wall. At the same time, we try to focus on the Void Rays, but it looks like Hero has overextended. We do force the activation of the overcharge.
Yeah, that we do. But we don't lose any Void Rays yet from the side of Classic. We're going up to 3 of them. And things are getting more and more dire here for Hero. Yeah, we're almost at critical mass of Void Rays. We're looking for 4 Void Rays so far. The Stalkers, they dive forward. They don't quite get the Void Rays to pull back in time, and Classic is holding up. Like so. Battery overcharge was popped earlier on, so that's not going to be available for a while, but we still have a high, full energy shield battery remaining. So once again, so long as Classic calms down and doesn't overextend, I mean, there's no way, right, that he's going to lose this. GG is called, and Classic going to take game number 2, find himself a match point, showing that he can attack, he can defend. And I can't wait to see what we see in game number 3. This has been a wild series so far. GG, well played. Again, very delicate micro from Classic, pulling back at a moment's notice with those Void Rays. Didn't lose a single Void Ray in the defense. Very impressive stuff out of Classic. Hero was unpredictable as hell. Like, that was a wild turn of events from Hero to cancel the natural, to commit to 1 base all in. I loved the idea, but alas, Classic was able to scout. Remember, the Adept did get across the map, committed to the shade, saw the lack of expansion, so Classic was given precious seconds to react in time and to set up back at home. Yeah, that I think is a game that if anybody was unfamiliar what makes Hero such a formidable player.
Mhm.
Even though he lost that game, I would probably show them this because that commitment, that decisiveness to just commit to a fake out like that, more often than not does trip his opponents up. And in this case, it didn't, because Classic, he knew that Hero's a tricky player, so he was very diligent when it comes to his scouting, and he was able to formulate a defense after that. But yeah, that's one of the things that makes Hero so unique and so terrifying to face.
100%. Like, it's so important there that I feel like any other player would just take that for granted and assume that Hero was expanding, because why would you cancel, right? Why would you cancel? But Classic, he did double check. You know why? Because he knows who he's playing against, right? He's familiar with his opponent, and I'm sure that he's been faked out before.
Oh, I would not be surprised. But speaking of which, we're going to be continuing our series now on Alcyone. So far, we're on match point, and it's only been about 10 minutes long, not counting the time that we took to load into games. We're here on Alcyone. We're in the top right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right. We have our blue Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea. He is going to be representing Twisted Minds. We have the chat toss himself. It's Classic.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player down in this series. He is favored, by the way. He had an amazing time getting to the finals, but now he's up against the wall. Now one more loss, and he is out of the tournament. The series ends, and the run will be over. Representing Weibo Gaming WBG, it is Hero.
Or maybe if we say the W really quick, so WBG.
Yeah, gotta be quick.
Yeah, it works. It works. WG. Yeah.
Oh, that's too fast.
WBG.
For now, 2-gate opener versus 2-gate opener. No proxies for the time being. Second pylon is going to be thrown down in their respective bases, so there is no proxy. But as we saw in the previous game, just because they don't proxy initially doesn't mean it's not going to be an all-in.
Yeah. Gonna be very on top of things here from... ordinarily, I'd say from the side of Classic, gotta be very on top of scouting with Hero, but... I mean, it really works both ways here, as we saw in game number 1, and as we saw in previous series that we saw of Classic versus Hero. Classic is not afraid to whip out something different against Hero specifically.
And Classic may be the aggressor again. So Hero, I don't know if you saw, Hero is going for one unit. He went for a Zealot Sentry and canceled the Zealot. Did cancel the Zealot, so a single unit into an expand. Very greedy build here at a Hero. Fast expand from our Protoss player. Meanwhile, Classic opened up double Stalker, should be moving out, and okay, never mind. Is not following up with double Stalker, follows up with a Stargate.
Okay, interesting little deviation that we saw. That we're seeing. A little bit of a synthesis between game 1 and game number 2 here, coming out from Classic.
Yeah, so he's going to apply some light pressure. He won't have that kind of overwhelming force of Stalkers just snowball out of control. I would have liked that here, but again, it's just the 2 Stalkers. This time we have a safety shield battery, so unlike game 1, Hero should be fine. I feel like Hero, he will survive this.
Indeed, he will. He will survive. He won't take any hull damage. He's got the Stalkers, and not just survive, but also set up something very cheeky across the map.
I mean, with a Robo opener, this could be a proxy Twilight Council. I'm curious here what Hero's going to be going for with this proxy. Likewise, Oracles are actually on the way. Hallucination confirms it. Hero is fully aware of what's going on. He is aware of the Oracle.
Indeed, he is. Classic, on the other hand, not aware of the proxy being set up here. Is he going to check?
He does.
He does.
The Stalker does check. Probe goes down. We force a cancel on the gateway. Classic shuts down the proxy, because Classic is setting up his own proxy right next to it.
You'll love to see it. The one-upping of proxies here in PvP.
Yeah, the proxy versus the proxy. Oracle gets across the map, gets 1 probe kill, but takes quite a bit of hull damage. We do have to be careful with this Oracle as we get the hell out of here. But the flanking Stalker, up!
Not quite. Gonna get the Oracle. Not quite enough dead air. And the Oracle will go down. It has not paid for itself. But this proxy has gone unscouted.
Yeah, the proxy goes unscattered. Classic does have a blink on the way. 2 gates back at home, 1 gate proxied. We could throw down a 4th gate and go for a 2-base all-in. Ooh, as Hero stays on 2 gateways and takes a 3rd. Hero is being greedy and expanding. Classic has a lot of production available and will have the higher Stalker count.
Yeah, gonna be able to punish this greed. I want to imagine that losing the Oracle, totally intentional.
It was all
but he's making another Oracle, so...
There's another Oracle on the way. There's a 4th gate on the way as well. Classic is setting up for a 3rd, but I would not be opposed to Classic actually avoiding the 3rd and just warping in and just pushing across the map. And if that were to occur, I think Classic has potential.
Yeah, I want to almost say that this pylon at the 3rd location for Classic is a fake out.
It may very well be. We're waiting to see where the money is spent. You know, does Classic expand or does he warp in? And it looks like we may be going for the expansion here. We're just waiting to really determine. The probe is being sent out. It looks like Classic will take the 3rd. Or will he? Never mind.
Oh, really? He warps in.
Yeah.
He doesn't have enough money for a Nexus. Yeah.
The probe goes in the direction, but we do move in. The Observer does scout. Big scout here for Hero. He does have 1 Immortal back at home. 2 shield batteries. Has the overcharge as well. Hero does have the tools to defend. And can we survive? Classic expands. Up.
Yeah. He's not gonna go all in anymore, but he does blink forward and takes out the Immortal and forces a fight outside of shield battery range.
It does force the fight. 1 Immortal goes down. Stage Trap is set up, but it's going to get baited out by the low HP Stalker. And with the 2nd Immortal, Hero should hold on. And Hero suddenly takes a lead. Remember, Classic invested so heavily into these Stalkers. He needs to get damage done. This is not enough. He needs to break through this army and get some economic damage dealt.
He activates the Guardian Shell and kind of wastes that. So once again, Classic waiting for an opening to just blink on forward, take out the Immortal, and take out everything else as well. Shield battery goes down. It's going to be tricky to defend here, but yeah, Classic not taking any risks.
Yeah, not yet. It gets a shield battery. We have additional Immortals on the way. There we go. Now we're building up towards 2 Immortals. We do warp in an extra round of Stalkers, and we could try to go for the dive, but we activate the Guardian Shield. We're to go for the dive!
Yeah, we'll be able to take out 1 more Immortal, but like you said, 2nd Immortal already out here.
Up.
Classic fighting a little bit too close to shield battery range. Still able to out DPS the overcharge, but doesn't have any staying power.
Yeah, he's being overwhelmed here. It looks like Hero barely does reinforce in time. Did lose all of his Immortals, but did buy enough time to hold on to survive. And Hero is holding. Classic still needs to get more done. Up.
Oh, and he's looking to get more done. Battery overcharge was popped earlier on, and Classic can blink on forward and try to deal with these Stalkers, but once again, the Immortal gonna put an end to all that aggression.
Yeah, the Immortal does arrive. Has very little support. Classic is most likely going to try and dive again. I believe Overcharge is still on cooldown, so there is potential here as we are warping in additional Stalkers. At the same time, Classic does get the Oracle into the mineral line. A couple of probes will go down, and that will even up the worker counts.
Yeah, which might be all that Classic needs right now, as he is going to... No, that's actually Hero. I'm going to dive in and take the 4th base. I was going to say, evening out the worker count is going to be a start here for Classic, but not if Hero is planning to continue expanding, and especially not if he gets that gold base up and running.
Speaking of gold, Classic also expanding, taking the gold slightly later compared to Hero, and I'm sure Classic has now another opportunity. This gold base is exposed. No shield battery, no overcharge yet. We could try to take a fight around this gold location. Hero, though, he pulls back. He's reading this quite well. The Observer. The Observer is giving him so much information when it comes to the movement of Classic's army.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a real good position there for Hero. Not only does he get a full scout of the warp-in position of Classic, but also who sieges an Observer outside that 4th base location, right? It's Classic has an Oracle, but he hasn't really been able to get eyes on the Shimmer, hasn't been able to reveal that and take it out.
Yeah, but Classic does have the Zealot advantage, can dive on top of this army. So far, taking a good fight, but the force fields are brutal, and Hero does kite back, bleeding out all of his Zealots, though.
Yeah, he's bleeding out his Zealots. Hero's starting to get surrounded, and Immortal goes down once again. These charge slots can absolutely tank so many hits from the Immortal. providing such a good buffer here for the Stalkers.
Yeah, and we do push on forward. The Immortals are doing well for themselves, but alas, there's barely any support for them. Zealots are going down one after the other. We're trying to get on top of the Immortal, but now we fall back to the Shield Battery. We fall back to the Overcharge.
Oh, great force field, though. Not quite going to be enough, however, as it looked like Classic wanted to force field and chip away at the mineral line, but Hero did have enough firepower and have enough range to chase that back.
Yeah, that was a good trade for Classic. He mainly only lost Zealots. He retained most of his Stalkers, but Hero does pull back. He barely holds on, and with that, his Immortal count's still getting higher. Archon's now in the mix as well, but as we're distracting the main army, we attempt to go for a run by but Classic is denied.
And we forced a couple of Warpins, which is something. These Archons absolutely go into town on the Zealots, showing just how potent they are and just how important can get splash damage is.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Overcharge now coming into play for Classic. He dives on forward, he gets an Archon, he gets two.
And with those Archons going down, Classic's charge lots can run on forward unhindered. Still a lot of Immortals though, and yeah, Classic eating a few too many volleys to the face.
Yeah, he's being forced back. Hero, meanwhile, shutting down the proxy, or at least attempting to. He does have the higher worker count, does have the higher, or as a result, the higher Zealot count as well. And Hero, he is stabilizing. Classic, time and time again, he's been trying to snipe these Immortals, but he has been unable to. And this is getting a bit out of hand.
Yeah, now there are two of them. Now there are three Immortals coming out, and yeah, Classic fighting out of range of shield batteries. This has got to be the end.
Yeah, it looks like Hero, he's finally overwhelming the army. Classic was hyper-aggressive, but he just never dealt enough damage, was never able to get the kill move he was hoping for. And now Hero's getting on top of the bases, catching another free Immortal as it rallies into the army. Overcharges pop, but we could focus it down. It is within range of the Immortals. Hero playing it safe and trading as efficiently as possible as it does reinforce once again, and Classic is in trouble.
In a lot of trouble, yeah. It's, for a moment there, about 20 army supply versus almost 60. Now it's 65, 73 for Hero versus the 28 of Classic. And keep in mind, Classic also has a low-tech army. GG's called. Hero gonna be taking game number 3. Gonna be fighting back in this best of 5.
GG, well played. Hero will put a point on the board. He will fight back. Again, Classic was hyper aggressive this game, but he did not do enough damage. We spoke about it from the beginning. Because Classic did avoid the third base, he needed to double down and move out across the map. He did snipe some Immortals, but there were plenty of shield batteries, plenty of overcharge. More importantly, Hero had observers everywhere. He saw all the movement of Classic, and Hero was able to keep up and defend.
Oh yeah, that Observer was the absolute MVP in that game. Just gave Hero so much information that he was able to counter Classic most of the time. I do feel like that was maybe a couple of moments here and there where Classic, you know, maybe if he didn't commit fully to trying to break the army and instead went for the third base, might have worked out better for him. But regardless, Hero knew how to deal with, in general, knew how to deal with the proxy that Classic was throwing down.
Yeah, and with that Hero, he barely lost any of his economy, right? Like, he was always just trading army for army. His economy was left untouched. And now we're getting into our next game, and Hero gets some momentum. He does get some momentum that he desperately did need, and can we bounce back as we're loading into Ghost River?
Here we go. Gonna be continuing our best of 5 grand finals here on Ghost River, where we're here in the top left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top left, up 2-1 in this best of 5 grand finals. Only needs un momento por favor to be crowned this week's champion. We have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea. Of course, going to be representing Twisted Minds. We have Classic.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WPG. It is Hero. Does fight back, does put a point on the board, and the pressure is now on to win this game to force the ace match.
Well, they kind of pass each other.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, the pressure is on Hero to force that ace match, and We're now in Ghost River, which is historically, I mean, it's not only a really small map, really good for rushes and proxies, but historically, has also been a map that Hero has liked taking full advantage of features.
Yeah, and also quickly touching on that last game, like we've had a hyper-aggressive series so far. I know that last game we got up to 4 base economy. True, like we got the goal bases, but it was just
we passed the 10-minute mark last game.
We did, but it was still non-stop action. Like it was still just Classic constantly in Hero's face, trying to kill him, failing, but trying nonetheless. So it still felt really intense. Like it felt like we had no room to breathe.
I absolutely didn't have room to breathe. Had to inhale deeply when that game ended. But yeah, a lot of back and forth, a lot of once again Classic for some reason coming out tonight in the series thinking I need to take out Hero as quickly as I can.
Yeah, there has been that kind of give and take. I mean, on side Delta was the reverse, right, with Hero going for the all-in, but in Game 1 and here in Game 3, like, Classic has been hyper-aggressive. We'll see who's going to be the aggressor in Game 4, as Hero's opening up double Sentry, Classic once again opening up double Stalker. I don't think we've seen a single Sentry opener out of Classic this entire series so far.
Yeah. Therefore, we have to give the edge to Hero.
We do have to, as the first Stalkers move out, we skip our 3rd and 4th units and we go straight for the expansion. Interesting. So Classic going for what looks to be an aggressive opener, but is following up with economy, as Hero does not scout the expansion.
Not yet, anyway. Once again, going for this triple Sentry setup here from Hero.
Is going to be triple Sentry. We do have a Hero coming in. We do have Classic coming in with the Stalkers, applying some pressure, but the shield battery is done. A Hero will defend, and the hallucination will confirm the expansion. Hero is now aware that it is not an all-in.
Yeah, not yet, anyway. It's always that chance. Classic going to be, I believe, the first player getting a Twilight Council. Yep, but Hero making up for that by getting a much quicker Robo Facility.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was thrown down really early just in case it was an all-in for Immortal production. Now that it isn't an all-in, we could go Observer first and get into a Prism and harass and go for a longer game. Prism first, actually, and the goal here should be for Hero to get these Adepts into the Mineral Alliance of Classic.
You say should.
Should.
It should, yeah. It actually should, and I would be surprised if we see anything else here.
Yeah, we'll see if we... I mean, it's only 2 gateways for Hero. He's moving out with his entire army. Hallucination into the main does confirm Blink is on the way. Likewise, nice force field out of Classic with Hero. He just pushes in nonetheless.
Yeah, that force field, unfortunately for Classic, just slightly off center. And with that, it did allow a couple of units to dip on forward.
Speaking of, we shade into the main base. 2 probes, they one-shot... Oh, 2 Adepts, they one-shot probes, and probes are going down.
Like so, the Adepts will get cleaned up, but this gives Hero such a big opening to force field the ramp.
Oh my god.
And just shut Classic out of his natural base.
That is brutal. He shut out of his own natural. Probes are going down. So many boys being pulled. The Prism has right. We can juggle the Sentry back as well. We have Pseudo Blink. And with that, Hero is just going to micro his way out of this. He can just have his way with the army. Another big warp in into the natural base of Classic. And Classic, he's hurting.
Hurting pretty dang badly. I mean, the worker counts are evening out a bit, but this is still a build that Classic needed to be ahead in, as opposed to just being even on. Blink did just finish up though. Classic, and with that, he'll be able to chase on the warp.
He's going for the Prism, but he's taking a lot of hits from the Immortal though, so much damage being dealt. Another Stalker goes down. We're down to 2 final Stalkers. We lost so much mind time here on these workers, and with the control, it looks like Hero will force this back. Whew.
Like so, force this back, keep his Immortals alive, and trade out so many units here against Classic. One more hit on that Immortal.
Yeah, the Stalker goes down, the Immortal very low as well. Classic has potential to shut this down. He's going for the Immortal.
But Guardian Shell reactivated.
It does reactivate in time, and with that, do we push towards the natural? Do we push into the main? We have options here for Hero. Behind this, he's probing up. He's taking as well, getting into his own Twilight Council, getting into his own gateways. The game is going to calm down. Hero does now take a slight worker lead.
Slight lead, but considering how committed the early game was, it is quite impactful.
Yeah, and we're following this up with a 2-base all-in. Because it isn't just 1 gate on the way, it's 3 gates on the way. That's going to be a 5-gate setup. We have a massive amount of Immortals as well. The Prism under 5, the Prism goes down. It does cost us so many Stalkers, though.
Yeah, classic tunnel vision a little bit too much, and that could end up being the death of him.
Yeah, another Stalker getting picked off. We're rallying across the map. Now, Hero has to wait for the Prism. War Prism is being remade as we speak. We're going to have so many Adepts here in the follow-up, and Classic is now the defender. He is down in production. He does have Blink. He does have now Immortal production, but Hero is soon to have an overwhelming army.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the supply, right?
It does tell a story here. Does tell a story as Hero is moving out. He's on 4 Immortals, an insane Immortal count here against a mainly Stalker-based army for Classic.
Yeah, I want to believe that with battery overcharge, Classic will be able to hold, but he doesn't have that many shield batteries to begin with. He has 1 shield battery.
Yeah, 1 shield battery. We would dive on into the natural waste. We focus down the shield battery as the overcharge is popped, but only for a couple of seconds as the overcharge the shield battery, it goes down.
Yeah, slow Zealots being body blocked by the Stalkers, and this is starting to get overwhelming. Oh, Classic blinks on forward. Will take out the War Prism as it warps, but there's still 4 Immortals here for Hero.
The Prism doesn't matter. GG gets called, and Hero ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match.
Whew. GG. We're going to the ace match. And the series is still less than 25 minutes.
It's in a fast one, Papi. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. GG, well played. Again, Hero able to achieve so much with that initial aggression with his Stalkers, with the Immortals as well. Was able to catch Classic out and very quickly did snowball out of control. And now we're getting into the final game of this series. One way or another, it'll end here.
Yeah. Now it ends on Dynasty? Okay.
Let's go. That's Dynasty for the first time for us. I did see earlier, Bjorn and Raynor did play on Dynasty. I think it was game 2 they played on Dynasty, which is also crazy, but yeah, it's our first time here in tonight's broadcast.
Yeah. And we do know that the game number 2 between Bjorn and Raynor was a split map scenario. I'm hoping that bodes well for us in our PvP.
Will anyone rush into the gold? And if anyone, who?
Oh, both of them are going to rush into the gold. Let's be real.
That's a trick question, Papi. They're both going to rush into the gold. Oh, I see.
All right. Speaking of rush, we're going to be concluding our best of 5 grand finals, our tournament, our ESL Open Cup Asia weekly here on Dynasty. Over here in the bottom left corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom left, we of course have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea. He is going to be representing his team Twisted Minds. We have Classic.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. Fighting back, tying up the series. Can we pull off the reverse sweep as we win 2 games in a row? We were up against the wall, Papi. Here we go. It is Hero.
Yeah. What a journey it's been. What a journey.
Yeah, I mean,
that we have had here in our PvPs. Classic looking super strong in his aggression in game 1, his defense in game 2, but stumbling a little bit in game 3 and 4 after, well, in game 3 having a weaker offense and in game 4 having a weaker defense.
Yeah, again, it just goes to show like why these two players are the best Protosses in South Korea. They are some of the best players in the world, period, and a 3-0 in either direction would have been a surprise. And I mean, it was a shocking start, but now we are where we should be. The ace match, you know, between Hero and Classic. We want to get as many games as possible, and I don't know who to favor. Momentum is a factor though. Like Hero, I'm sure is feeling on cloud 9 right now, even though he's on Weibo Gaming. But he should be feeling. That is Gumiho. Should be feeling good about those last 2 games, and should be feeling on fire coming into Game 3.
That's Harlem. And Bly.
And Bly. And no regret.
And no regret.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think it's important that you pointed that out, or it's really good that you pointed it out, because Hero is a very momentum-based player. Usually especially in a longer series, in a best of 5 or a best of 7, we usually see if he can win the first 2 maps right off the bat, he is going to be very, very strong as the game moves forward. You know, maybe he loses game 3, maybe he loses game 4, but even still, he likes to ride that wave as long as he can.
Yeah, and we'll see if that...
As far as it will take him.
Yeah, and we'll see how far he can ride that wave. As for now, Adepts are going to be dancing against each other, shading on in, and it looks like, oh, Hero does barely get an extra shot off, but the sentry comes in. Ooh, Adept goes down, and Classic will take the fight.
Yeah, just barely. The wall! It's not a wall, but the Adept's gonna die anyway, so.
Yeah, the Adept goes down. 2 Adepts for nothing, or 2 Adepts for 1 probe. Not the best trade for Hero. Meanwhile, in the main base, we are yet to expand. There we go. We are focusing on expanding. Hero is going for the gold, and did go for a tech structure first for the Stargate.
Like so.
Oh, the force field, though. We catch one of the stalkers. We tried.
Yeah, can the Adept shade and body block? Kinda.
Yeah, we get 2 hits in. Onamas, 1 more. And with this final shade, actually, you might catch the Stalker as we are racing back home. We pull back.
Never mind. Yeah, we pull back because we do have an Oracle in the main base here of Classic. 4 probes going to be going down for basically for free. So Oracle will escape, will be able to regen shields, and we'll be able to come in for round 2. I say that!
Oh my god!
As it gets caught by the sentries and stalkers. Doesn't go down yet, though.
Doesn't go down yet, but Hero's going to be very careful here with these Oracles. We've dealt some damage so far. We barely keep both Oracles alive. Hero, meanwhile, taking the gold base is a way to bounce into this despite Hero's losses. Now has potential for a better economy.
He does. Once again, the Oracle gonna barely stay alive. But yeah, Classic behind all of this has been building up his ground army force. He is now going to be going into this gold base, which you called it like only one of our players rushed it.
Only one, but this is why you don't take the gold. 2 probes already going to be going down, and Classic is here to punish this gold base. Does force it, does lock down the stalkers.
Yeah, keeps it out of shield battery range. Classic going to be able to take out 2 of them. Forces battery overcharge to get popped.
Yeah, and overcharge. It's going to keep the stalkers alive, but we can still one-shot probes at the same time. Oracle does not get across the map. Hero struggling to maintain this mineral line. The overcharge is about to run out, and now we can go back in.
Yeah, do we have enough force field on these sentries? Enough energy for force field on the sentries? Evidently not.
Not quite. Meanwhile, Adepts do get across the map. Oracle as well. We do threaten the mineral lines, and probes are going down on the side of Classic. So Hero doing a great job at distracting Classic and getting damage done.
Indeed, 7 probes. Classic. It's pretty far behind at this point when it comes to the worker count. He's down 11, 12, 13 workers.
Yeah, not just down in workers, but we have the gold base as well for Hero, so he's getting further and further ahead. We need to get more damage done, but the Oracle did do its job, did keep Classic pinned back at home, and Hero is soon going to be running away with this. At the same time, though, Classic is reinforcing. Classic, he wants to punish this gold.
Yeah, he's on Immortal with this army as well. It's going to help a ton. This gold base for Classic, unfortunately, hasn't hit the point where you mine an entrance for yourself, or your opponent mines an entrance for you to use.
Yeah, but we do catch some workers nonetheless. Hero expanding on the other side of... Oh, sorry. I thought for a second it was an expansion.
Yeah.
Going for the proxy gateway. Thankfully, he's not that crazy. Getting a little bit more damage done, forcing a recall all the way back home as well.
Look, I wouldn't put it past Hero, so I can't blame you for anticipating the expansion. As Hero look at a counterattack, blinks straight on forward, is able to get a Stalker, not quite a Sentry.
Yeah, trading a one-to-one trade there for Hero, not ideal. The Immortals have arrived. 2 Immortals so far, soon to be 3 Immortals for Classic, getting higher and higher. Hero, it may be wise just to contain Classic and take a third base instead. We are in position for that third, and Hero, do we go for the expansion or do we reinforce? We have an option, we have a choice to make. We reinforce.
May as well. I believe Hero has Blink. He does. So you can just blink through this wall. Classic will confirm this now. And he's going to have to scramble to hoof it back into this main base of his.
Oh, we dive in!
We do dive in. We activate Guardian Shell. We take out one Immortal by the looks of things. And we continue blinking away. We continue microing from the side of Hero.
Yeah, 2 Immortals went down at the same time across the map. We have some Adept Harass going to be threatening the goal base as we try to go for the other Immortal, and it looks like one more shot. It goes down.
And with that, Classic has just about lost the backbone of his army. He's got enough meat on his bones that he can chase back the remaining Stalkers of Hero. He takes out the Oracle as well. Nicely done.
Does take that, the Oracle. Classic still maintaining those Adepts across the map as well. Hero is mining, but not for too much longer as Adepts, they have arrived. Probes being forced back once again. Hero yet to expand.
Yeah, yet to. He's banking up minerals. As we can see, he gets more Stalkers. Okay.
Yeah, he's just warping in. We have 4 more Stalkers on the way for Hero. At the same time, Classic working towards Glaive Adepts, additional gateways on the way. So Classic is going to be going for a 4-gate setup. Meanwhile, Hero is on a 5 gateways. So this is basically a 2-base all-in for Hero. He's going for the kill once again. Does snipe one of the Immortals, but there's still one left.
There's still one left. Battery overcharge does get popped, but it is not going to be enough. Classic taking a couple of careless engagements here, fighting well outside of shield battery range.
Yeah, the overcharge does maintain Classic, but as you mentioned, he bled out 2 more Immortals down to 0 once again, and that's the backbone of Classic's army. He no longer does have it, and Hero with another Warp in may just be able to overwhelm.
Looking to. As an Immortal does pop here for Classic though, and that's going to put a massive wrench in the plans of Hero. A couple of Zelds being more warped in to try to soak up some damage.
And Hero's expanding. Finally, he throws down the third base back across the map. Is looking to go for a longer game just in case he's not able to kill his opponent. Takes down another Stalker, forces the boys to be pulled. Glaives is almost done, but we barely have any Adepts to work with.
Yeah, and the Immortal goes down as well. Classic replacing Immortals as quickly as they falter, but you can't just trickle them in one after another. You need a base. You need a solid foundation of Immortals to go toe-to-toe with this many Stalkers. GG gets called, and Hero, in the reverse sweep, will be taking that series 3-0.
GG, well played. Hero will pull off the reverse sweep. Hyper aggression here. Hero did get away with the goal base. It was a little bit shaky with the Oracle harass, but the goal base did get up and running, was able to maintain control of the map, able to go for his 2-base all-in, and able to trade well enough. Did eventually expand, but really didn't need the expansion. He was able to break through, and you called it. We saw too many times where Classic was bleeding out Immortals. He made a lot of Immortals throughout that game, but only ever had like 2, maybe 3 at a time. He just kept bleeding them out. They kept getting sniped by Hero, and Classic was never able to really build up a threatening army, was never able to really get into his stride.
Yeah, you know that bloodlust that Classic has for Hero, it works both ways. On the one hand, it makes him pretty formidable. It makes him want to take out Hero and do really well against him. On the other hand, he also tunnel visions a little bit too much, and yeah, as we saw, especially in Dynasty, moved a little bit too, overextended a little bit too much when he thought he could chase after the army of Hero, when, as we knew, Hero was just drawing him away from shield battery range.
Oh yeah, exactly. Time and time again was either drawing the army away or the army just happened to be out in the open as well, and Hero was just diving, pouncing on it whenever he saw an opportunity, and GG, well played. Hero does take it in the end. Congratulations on the reverse sweep. It was a strong start for Classic, but in the end, Hero does take it. Despite that, Classic is still an amazing player. He's still one of the best Protoss players in the world and did make an amazing run to these finals, but alas, does meet his end at the hands of Hero.
Indeed, he does. And shout out to Classic as well, though, as he was the only player tonight that was actually able to take a map off of Hero.
Yeah.
Wait, let me confirm that. Yeah, the only player.
Nah, Hero, he
took 2 maps.
Yeah, Hero breezed his way to the finals. He 2-0'd Shin, 2-0'd Dark, 2-0'd Cyan, and Hero did bleed versus Classic. So again, goes to show the caliber of player that Classic is. And shout out to all the other competitors as well. Shout out to Ryung, Byun, Cyan, the Chinese Protosses.
Do we want to shut up, Byun?
Yeah.
All right, let's shut up.
It was a fun series, mate. It was the highlight.
It wasn't fun.
It was the highlight. What are you talking about? What do you mean? It was like a 10-minute best of 3.
I'll agree with you there. Okay.
Oh my god.
You know what? I have fun with that series.
Like a 1 base, like 6 racks, pull the boys into GG
every
like
time.
Oh, God. If you missed out on the VODs, if you missed out on Classic versus Beyond, I recommend it. It was beautiful. It was a series, all right. It was crazy. But a shout out to the Chinese Protoss players, right? Jeshi, Cyan, they popped off here tonight, taking down Oliveira and Solar, some of the other stronger players in the world. So yeah, really impressive results.
Yeah, Firefly as well, taking a map off of Dark.
Yeah. Exactly, really solid stuff there, and it bodes well for their for the upcoming matches in WTL, for of course their improvements and performances in the upcoming seasons of DreamHack. So look forward to seeing more of Jeshi, Cyan, and Firefly. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, Yaku, for joining me here tonight. It was a night of StarCraft. We didn't really
yeah, of all of the ESL Asias that we've casted, this was certainly one of them.
This was this was an ESL Asia. It was beautiful. I don't think we really got a standard game, a standard mid game specifically whatsoever, but it was a great time nonetheless. It was beautiful.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was short but condensed, you know?
Yeah. And very, very intense, very high octane, really what you want out of StarCraft. Really.
Yeah.
That's
what we all want. We want to see the move.
Mm-hmm.
We want to see the things go zoom.
There you go.
The units, the buildings, they go zoom.
To the moon.
To the moon. With a spoon.
With a spoon. On a harpoon. With that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. Tomorrow we're gonna be back. We're gonna be back tomorrow with ESL Open Cup Americas. That's gonna be in less than 12 hours. So stay tuned for that. I might be a little bit drowsy, a little bit sleepy. I'm gonna wake up and then just jump right onto the casting couch. Yep. So be sure to tune into that. I'm sure it's gonna be a great morning.
Down the turmeric.
Yes, I'm gonna
coffee. Yeah,
gonna take a shot of turmeric coffee and we'll see what happens. Yeah, thank you so much, Jakob, for joining me today. Do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night, before we head off for the evening?
Steel Mold in chat brings up a pretty good point. He did update the intro.
Did update the intro. Did you expect something from that? You did update it. That is true. That is a fact. Thanks for watching, everyone. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. ! Socials in the chat. If you guys want to follow us elsewhere, we have a YouTube channel. We're co-streaming on YouTube as well. So shout out to all the lovely people on YouTube for also tuning in and enjoying the broadcast. VODs are available instantly. We are very quickly catching up on our VOD content. So check out the YouTube. Otherwise, thank you for watching, Yaku. Thank you for joining me. See you guys next time.
We'll see you then.
Hasta luego.
Hasta la vista.
Ciao.
Bella.